go ahead and get going. It's been quite a while since we've continued the grand campaign. Make sure my audio is working here first. It is for once. Hope everyone is doing good. So I'm going to go over a little bit of what is going to be quite different on the map. I did my best to replicate Victoria 3, obviously in HOI4. The translator is very bare bones at the moment, unfortunately. And as such, it's going to be a little bit different. I tried to get as accurate as I could. I had to download a bunch of other mods even to get what you currently see, but it kind of works. I also ended up not going with some of the over-the-top mods that I originally wanted to play with, and I didn't do any national spirits for any countries except for Italy. We have one, given that they were one of the main reasons I was getting crashes, especially in the later years. It seems that countries can get problems if you give them national spirits for other countries, so at this point, given that it's taken so long just to get this stable, I figured we're just going to go bare bones of it. We're going to focus more on the roleplay elements and just kind of play out a HOI4 game for what it is so we can move on to Stellaris. So given that this is supposed to obviously replicate what is most likely going to be the Third World War, given the politics of the situation, which we'll go over in a moment. Yes, I am bald. Absolutely. As you can see, no hair left. I am about to get started and getting started with my new job, so I have to look, you know, a wee less like someone who's just come out of a cave and discovered evolution. So yeah, it's I'll probably be having a similar look for quite a while. Just heads up. Your mother approves. I'm glad. I'm glad your mother approves of my more less hairy look. Thank you for the sub, Epic Prince. Anyways, so let's go over the political situation. I want to talk a little bit about what happened with the peace treaty, which we didn't cover in Victoria 3. Kind of set the general understanding of the situation, but I want to be very clear here, right? Two things are happening in this game that will, I think, make where we go with this pretty interesting and possibly very weird. So I have turned on an extra mod that gives a generic focus tree to every country, including us. It is quite extensive. It is the most extensive one I found. However, the descriptions leave something to be desired. So we're going to kind of just go down the areas that we want to for roleplay. I won't be reading any of them because they're kind of worthless. I chose this in the end because it will give the AI the most options for what they can really do, essentially. And I wanted to give the AI more political paths. I wanted to give them more opportunity to expand their countries militarily and economically. So I know it's a little less flavorful, but I think in the end, it'll make the political situation, and again, the world war or the wars that we're about to see happen, more interesting. And I have no problem personally kind of, you know, talking about the roleplay narrative, and then when I make the videos, explaining it and doing some roleplay stuff to make it more interesting. But while streaming, it may be a little less interesting in that capacity. So given that, this focus tree, again, gives a lot of political options for every country. Every single one gets a political focus tree for each of the 4 ideologies in base HOI4, meaning any of these countries can go any different way. Now, it is past the start date, but I have not manually gone in and changed any country's focuses. So they've always all started stuff, and I haven't touched it. So we have no idea essentially where they're gonna go. So we can get some absolute batshit craziness, and I think we will. So be warned on that. Thank you, Gray. Appreciate that. There was a mega campaign going on. Jesus Christ, it's been over a year. I started it last August, took a couple months off. But yeah, it's been going for a while. We finally made it to HOI4. So let's talk about the peace treaty out of the Chagatai Italian War at the end of Victoria 3. No, we're going to be called Sardinia, by the way. I tried to get us Italy. It just causes problems. We got the flag. That's as close as we're going to get, unfortunately. Turns out it's very hard to form Italy if you're not Italy in HOI4 with edits. So anyway. So if you were here for the last episode, the last part of Victoria 3, where we ended, I think around 3, almost 4 weeks ago now, there was a giant war between the Chagatai and Italy, being us, obviously. We formed Italy in a war of a lot of Europe. It was a very hectic situation at the time, given that obviously our country had the Italian spirit going for quite a while. There are many people within Sardinia, within Savoy, within Ferrara, let's see, Lombardy, and I think there was one other who all definitely felt the spirit at the time, much like our own reality, where there was a lot of desire to form a united Italian nation. I mean, in this timeline, right, Rome did exist at one point, among the fact there was a lot of, you know, language commonalities and things like that. The big issue, of course, being Germany, which had formed in Victoria 3 around in the middle of the game, and before that were Bavaria. Now, they have been a radically leftist government for quite some time. When they originally became a very large, powerful country back in EU4, they went almost like socialist communist all the way back then. And they formed Germany in the middle of Victoria III. They actually owned a lot of states in northern Italy for quite a while, as well as the eastern portions that limited us from forming Italy. So in the end, we fought a war with the US and several other allies against the German coalition of a leftist sort of organization. It was a brutal war that dragged out. All of our allies left the war until the very end, when one of our most legendary generals navally landed in Hamburg and literally just pushed all the way to Munich and made them sign a peace treaty, essentially, allowing us to form Italy. Now, that obviously catapulted us into a level of power that had not been seen in Europe for quite some time, except for Germany. We maintained good relationship with the Chagatai, so let me explain that too. There's a lot we got to go over here. The Mongol Empire is the only option I could find. There's not going to be a Chagatai. The Sage Translator didn't change it to Chagatai. It was a really weird country, so the Mongol Empire is going to represent the Chagatai in this game. The Great Mongolian State will represent the other one, the two big heirs that survived from Genghis Khan's original conquest. Now, back in Victoria III, obviously, we had good relations with the Chagatai for a lot of the game. Kind of established really by Napoleon II, Napoleon's son, and the only other monarch of his dynasty before being ousted by Simon Torres. The good relations and trade relationship between the Chagatai and us, Sardinia and Italy, maintained very high levels until the end of Victoria III, when literally the AI decided with one of the mechanics we had with one of the mods that we were getting literally too strong, which makes sense, right? The Chagatai were the global hegemon for around 100 years and decided that we had gotten way too powerful and way too dangerous, and essentially just went to war with us for that purpose. It was to put us in our place, to make us give back all the colonial lands, and to hand over probably most of Africa. Now that war dragged out for around 12 years. So in the game, it would have been 31 or 32 that finally a peace treaty would have been signed, where after extensive fighting, winning initially the naval war, and Italy landing troops and fighting through Cambodia up into China alongside the British and the Americans, both of whom pieced out later in the war dragged on for so long and Sardinia got so deep that eventually a peace treaty was signed, resulting in the current situation you now see in Asia, which let's talk about briefly. I know there's a lot. We'll play the game, I promise. So the Chagatai were essentially partitioned. The other big countries who were fighting in that war with us were Ukraine, who have gotten most of basically Chagatai's Western holdings. They are now a very large, very strong country. We've been off and on allies with them essentially since early EU4. That was originally Ruthenia. They disappeared after getting very strong and then came back later as Ukraine and have gotten very powerful. The other successor Mongolian state, which is Orthodox Christian, have received a fair bit of territory from them as well. Cambodia has been established, which is basically think of it as like a Yugoslavia of Asia. It's representing a bunch of different ethnic and national groups, all of which were consumed and occupied by the Chagatai in history, all wanted independence, and as with any peace treaty overseen by Europeans, was grossly misdone and have resulted in a giant nation that should probably be 4 or 5. So again, think of them as the Yugoslavia of Asia in this game. It's a bunch of different countries, all forced into one, most of which don't like each other, but at least they're fairly happy not to be a part of the Chagatai Empire. And lastly, the other huge change is, if you remember from EU4, for anyone who's actually watched this mega campaign extensively, China did escape before being conquered by the Chagatai. Up until the middle of EU4 in the end, China, the Qing, did exist and owned a lot of the core territories. The Mongols, specifically the Chagatai, finally did push them out entirely of their last holdings and took all of that land. But before they did, we had an event in EU4 where there was a country called the Sulawesi, which was a colony of the Qing established in Southeast Asia, declared themselves the new Chinese empire and seized the mandate of heaven. And in the roleplay, all of the basically court, the nobles, and a large amount of the Chinese population fled down to what is essentially the Chagatai, the Chinese empire. So in the peace treaty, they have been reestablished and given part of their old holdings, including like Old Wei and the old capital of China, allowing them to become a mildly relevant state again, though obviously given that there would be huge ethnic and cultural issues between the mainland peoples who now live there, and obviously whatever the fuck exists down there, conglomeration of old Chinese culture, and then whatever else they had kind of developed as colonies does exist. So they have Taiwan, or mainland territories, and the southern portion. Given we've actually had good relations with them for quite a while, since I think back in EU4 actually. So we obviously gave them one in the peace treaty, And lastly, Japan did take land in the east, which was exchanged for Western territories with the Mongol state, and they are obviously still in very good shape. So that is more or less what happened in the peace treaty. Italy herself basically took the last of the territories they wanted for the company, which has been incorporated into Italy proper, as well as gaining just massive amounts of wealth. Essentially, we were so deeply in debt, a lot of our own concessions from that came through wealth transfers, as well as there'd be occupied cities, which I couldn't represent on the map. So Hong Kong and Macau essentially would be currently occupied by Italy as well, allowing for a trade port. So that is the situation that came out of that War of the Chagatai. It was an incredibly brutal war. Millions and millions died on both sides. It was the most brutal war in history, and as such, after the war, obviously, Italy was in very dire economic state. It was incredibly turbulent. If you remember in Victoria 3, we had huge issues with radicals both on the left and right beginning to appear in the country. We almost went into a full civil war in the middle of that war, given that the left was demanding reforms, the current king was not wanting to give them, and it got very close to outright civil war, narrowly avoided by concessions, and then basically just mass conscription. So that's resulted in our current situation, where although there's massive support for the king, Ferdinando Torres, there's also a lot of support for the far right, which is obviously the fascists. So the reason that you do not see currently any supporters for the communists is partly to represent the fact that their party is banned. There still would be some left, but also due to the fact that they were essentially purged in the post-war era. So I have to kind of incorporate some weird roleplay to represent some of the bullshit I had to deal with the editing. So for some reason, I could build navies for every country and automatically generate them in, except for us. We were not able to generate a navy. I don't know why. We have no ships. So to represent that, there's gonna be two events that'll happen in the roleplay. One, before the end of the War of the Chagatai, we're gonna go with Italy had docked a large portion of its navy in port in the eastern Chagatai region that they thought was safe, and essentially it got overran by the Chagatai, who destroyed a bunch of the ships in the harbor. The second event that happened would have been when the navy was put into port in Sassari and in Sicily. There would have been a minor uprising, probably in like 33 or 34 right after the war, where a large amount of those ships were essentially bombed and destroyed, resulting in us having very few ships left in Navy. Given that event, and obviously the uprising of the leftists and Ferdinando Torres's, we'll go with rather militaristic personality, resulted in just straight up purges. So mass beatdowns, mass executions, mass arrests. Anyone who survived essentially fled probably to either Germany or to Spain, who are a little bit more friendly to those sorts of parties than we are. So Ferdinando Torres would be seen as a very interesting, very mixed king, a lot like our recent ones. Even Simon Torres himself kind of, I wouldn't say destroyed his legacy, but had problems with it, given that all the social upheaval in recent times have created for some pretty radical acts by a lot of our leaders. Ferdinando Torres is no different. He won the War of the Chagatai, and in many ways, he'd be seen as a national hero, given he led the country in the world's biggest war, right? The World War, essentially, and won. He didn't do all of the, obviously, the military staff did most of it, but he would have gotten a lot of the credit, given we all are still a constitutional monarchy. But his legacy is very complicated, given he was the one who would have signed the order to purge all the leftists and kind of institute the current situation in Sardinia. We are not a fascist state by any means, but the far right is very popular in our country. They are cooperating with the monarchist factions within our parliaments, and it is very much kind of like, think about Italy right prior to Mussolini taking power, right? Similar there with the monarch also working with the far right for political purposes. Very similar situation. So if the fascists take power, he would still be king, but similar to how kind of Mussolini has taken power. So given that, he's kind of seen as a very complicated individual. All the militarist ex-soldiers would see him as a hero, a great man who had the strength to stop basically civil war multiple times. If you are a Democrat, you're wanting to see democratic reforms or outright leftist, he'd be seen as essentially a war criminal. You know, he'd be seen as a tyrant, a dictator, and a murderer, mass murderer, a butcher, essentially. And if you're somewhere in the middle, you probably have very mixed feelings about him, given he's done a lot of good and a lot of bad. So our country, although it is not outright close to civil war like it was in the past, is still just incredibly divided and can really go any direction. So our political path forward, we're gonna kind of react to the events of the world for. I don't have a path I want to just go down with Italy. I think that the way I'm going to do this is kind of react to the events that our neighbors do, and things like that, and kind of proceed forward. So a couple other things on other big countries. As I said before, Germany is now fully democratic. They would be probably what we would see nowadays as like a socialist country more than anything else. They have brought back democratic reforms. There was actually a far-right government that was in power briefly at the end of Victoria III, so they are no longer the far-left government they used to be, but those elements are still in the country. There's a lot of far-right people still in the country, and it's just a very mixed bag, but overall, kind of like a socialist democracy more than anything else. The French are full-on communist. They are one of the only communist countries still left in the world at this point, after obviously the reaction by Italy and other countries at the end of Victoria III to the far left taking power. The Brits are fully democratic. The Spanish are still a constitutional monarchy. Lithuanians are still a constitutional monarchy. The Swedish are also constitutional monarchy. They went much more Democrat, so they would essentially be like, most of the power would be in parliament now. If you remember at the end of Victoria III, they had a queen who was very, very liberal and left, and she instituted a lot of reforms that has resulted in really one of the more modern democracies in the world at present, actually. So they'd be kind of very much leading the proper liberal democratic movement, which we honestly kind of haven't really seen in this game, besides maybe Mexico or Brazil. So yeah. Ukraine, constitutional monarchy. The Mongol Empire is also a constitutional monarchy, but really it's still completely under the control of their high imam, is what that would be. The Japanese are still under the emperor. The Yusugai are still completely in power and ruling there. We'll go over the factions after as well. I want to go over a couple more countries. Persia is still a monarchy. Egypt is still a monarchy, so a lot of monarchies still left. Brazil is still fully democratic. They are one of the most democratic countries in the world and a long-standing ally of our own. Mexico is, in this game, Mexico was the first to really go liberal democracy. If you remember, in early Victoria III, they have the longest history of like outright democratic reforms. They would be kind of seen, I would say maybe as like the Britain of this timeline, in that they did just gradual, careful reform. They didn't fight any major civil wars or wars for, and generally still in the modern era. And they've instituted one of the most liberal democracies in the world, certainly in the Americas. America is a constitutional monarchy as well. They are currently basically run by a military junta after the almost civil war they went into at the end of Victoria III and the post-war era, but the king is still, I should apologize, the emperor, the fecal monster, are still very much in power. Canada is a democracy. The Anglosphere and Colombia have rejoined basically kind of like a union system with Spain proper. They're all varying degrees of parliamentary constitutionalism. In Colombia as well, so Spain kind of is relevant again a little bit due to that. And then let's see, who else am I missing? Somalia, which I had to name Eastern Africa, and Indochina is formed as well. That's all the big ones, I would say. I think we're about good on that. And then, of course, how could I forget the Byzantines, who are still a constitutional monarchy. The last thing I want to go over before we get going is going to be the factions left in the game at present. So there are currently 3 factions in the game. There is the Treaty of Geneva, which is the generic name we're going to go with because why not, which is essentially the post-war political bloc formed out of the coalition that fought the Chagatai of Italy's allies, essentially. So those were nations allied or who chose to support Italy in the War of the Chagatai to varying degrees, who have remained kind of in a faction like the Central Powers, or, you know, something like the Entente similar to that. It's not like an outright economic bloc or political bloc, but there's obviously a treaty system in place in the post-war era to cooperate on all levels, and especially be there defensively for one another. That will include Brazil, Egypt, Hungary, which again, I had to go because there were so few countries I could choose for the Balkan kind of country we have. We have the Frankish Kingdom in the south, and then obviously Somalia, now Eastern Africa, are all in a political bloc. Now, obviously, the Japanese did support to a degree and were close friends with Italy in Victoria III, but never quite as close as other countries, and they didn't outright support Sardinia and Italy in the War of the Chagatai. So they've kind of gone their own path, essentially, at this point. In the post-war era, the Emperor and Japan basically acted as a very strong economic force, due to being the strongest in Asia besides the Chagatai, and a political kind of element. So in the post-war era, they sent diplomats and cooperated heavily with a lot of the Chagatai states, including now the Chinese Empire, Cambodia, and then Eurasia, which was kind of not involved, and they formed a political bloc in Asia, kind of led by Japan, but it's not quite like the East Coast prosperity sphere, right? It would be a little bit more of equals. Obviously, they are the major economic player there, and they're kind of leading a coalition that is a little bit more opposed now to kind of the West. They would be still friendly with Italy, but nowhere near like they were in the past. And then lastly, we have the German bloc, which includes all the post-German kind of allied countries. Now, this used to be a leftist bloc, but it is no longer the case. It's now kind of a conglomeration of nations who have had close economic relations in the past and who are cooperating basically just to not get outcompeted by the Sardinian bloc, the Japanese bloc, or the resurgent Chagatai Empire. That includes, obviously, all of the Spanish colonies, which would be Gran Colombia, Anglosphere Colombia, Free Democratic Mexico, Communist France, and Germany proper. So those are the big factions in the game. I don't know if they will stay together. The AI may just break these all up, but I wanted to kind of set an interesting political situation to start. So, all right, I've been ranting for a good 20 minutes now, but I wanted to kind of explain where we were at, what these nations are, how things translated from Victoria 3, so there's a bit of an idea of where we are going from here. So, we're over. I think we're good. It's been a lot. I spent way too many hours. I had a really good save file made with better borders and with better mods on and stuff like that, but it broke, and then I struggled to get this even working to begin with, period. So I'm just very happy that this is working at all at this point. 3 research slots. It's the same for all countries. I thought about kind of giving more to certain countries, but I decided against it. We're just going to kind of have things be pretty equal here. So, okay, let me turn that off. We are good. All right. Now I actually have to set up our country. So there's only, I used basically a tool pack mod to edit in navies and armies for countries. It didn't work consistently. Some countries, I just couldn't get it to work. Some I could. Sardinia was one of the countries it would not work on anything except for building. So I've built us the economy that I think makes sense. But we have no navy, like I said before, and we have almost no divisions because the tool pack decided it didn't want to do that for our country. So I'm basically going to roleplay like we have more than like it would seem like. We'd probably have a couple dozen ships. We would have more divisions, but we're going to kind of say that they're basically not actively conscripted. And then I'm going to kind of have to build some, obviously, to compensate for that. So we're going to work around the limitations a little bit, but I think it would make sense in the post-war era, especially given the turbulence we've had. There's been a lot of demilitarization. There would still be a lot of conscriptable troops. We would be probably reevaluating that stance, given that the Chagatai are starting to get stronger again and things like that. But similar to kind of like Britain after World War I, right? Massive demobilization and just a general resentment towards the idea of war from the country as a whole. Besides, obviously, the far right. So, yeah. All right, let's set up. Obviously, we are working on civilian industry. I'm not going to pure metagame, but I am going to kind of build in a, what's the word? Strategic manner. Kind of hard to avoid that. Campania and Lazio would be still our industrial hub more than anywhere else. I also did not go out of my way to basically add in really any more tech besides some naval tech for countries. Given, obviously, we ended in 29, so I think it would make sense generally that we wouldn't have had quite as much technological development. I am not playing with Arms Against Tyranny. It will not work with the save translator, unfortunately. So I had to go back to the Avalanche update, which is unfortunate. So you won't see any of the international market, and you will not see designer companies. But that's about it. Everything else should be in the game. Ferdinando survives. So I'm going to basically kind of We're going to play out HOI4 until, I would say, probably like 46 to 50, basically until there's some really huge wars. And then we're going to take a look around the world and kind of like see what will happen. If there's a clear winner who's not us, we will not be the country kind of leading Earth into space. So we're kind of going to have to see where things go. There's a lot of different ways we can move into Stellaris, and it really just depends on where things go. Simple as that. I have not pre-planned anything. I have some ideas based on what actually will happen, but I have no idea, really. So we will see. We're going to work on our industry to start off with. Hopefully there's no game-breaking bugs. I ran tests for 4 or 5 years into the game and had no issues, but you never know. So one of the generals was named Torres. We're going to go with that being basically the brother of Ferdinando. So one of our brothers is a general in the military, which is fun. And as I said, we unfortunately don't have a navy because of the save editor, but we'll build on that pretty quickly. And I gave us a few extra dockyards to compensate, but we will be behind navally, which is unfortunate. Bit more of a challenge though. Yeah, the toolback automatically generates designs. I can show you what they look like real quick. So if they don't work, one of the big issues I had was that opening the designs for Navy was crashing the game before. It's not doing that anymore, thank goodness. They're really bad designs, so I'll have to refit most of them, for us at least. They're not the worst, they're not the best either. I'll manually do a lot of different things, and we're obviously going to build a lot of dockyards, given we are still Sardinia. We have a long naval history. I've got a few extra mods on as well, you'll notice. Some fun ones like the weekly newspapers, which are kind of cool to look through, and then a few other mechanical ones as well, you'll notice. Spy agency too. The Royal. What's a good name? Does anyone have a good name for a spy agency? They'd be obviously working for the government of Italy as a whole in parliament, but they'd probably still be more loyal to the king, given that we obviously built the spy agency technically in Victoria 3 underneath the Torres family. So does anyone have a good one? Royal Italian Intelligence Agency. That'd be good. The Royal. No, what the? So Grover. I've got the same focus trees for every country in the game, essentially. So we're all got the generic one. The text from them is awful, but what they actually do and what they allow you to do is pretty fun. All right, we'll do the Royal Central Intelligence Agency, RCIA. That's a good one. What else will work here? Okay, I guess I can read that. The RCIA, and we'll go with the tower. It works perfectly for who we're playing this. Let's change out our garrison to something a little bit better. The King's Eyes. That's actually a pretty good one. Shit. Opportunity missed. Oh well. I will not be importing anything at the moment. Oh, is our trade bugged? My trade might be bugged. Oh no. It's fine. It is working. I got it working. If we can't trade, that's unfortunate, but I'll take that L. Our trade influence is too low. Oh, because our relations are horrible with everyone. Most people. I'm not worrying about it. As I said, I've got it working. I can deal with that. What's up, Note? How are you doing? Parts of Northern Italy are cored? No. No, they're not. I thought about coring them, but decided not to. Again, I want to underline the fact our country's in complete chaos right now. There's no like fighting in the streets. There's no mass protests because those just get put the fuck down. But like, it's an extremely divided country. Even a lot of Italian like unity would be questioned at this point, I would feel in many ways. So we'll do some polls on kind of like some political events and where we go politically and things like that. But I want to wait to at least see where some of the big countries around us go politically before we kind of react to it. I think is how we're going to do this. We're not producing any materials. That's a problem. Should be. Oh no. Non-core controller. Delivery blocked. This bug I did not see. Fuck. What is causing that? Hold on. Is it because like infrastructure wasn't built? No, there are railways. Oh, because our capital's in Sassari and we don't have dockyards there, I bet. Ah. This is why I kept this on. Turn your head away in disgust if you don't want to see this. W, we're good. You know, I almost turned off like the editor before we started, and then I realized, no, I'm gonna want to keep that, otherwise I'll just have to restart the game for shit, so. Because I did a lot of edits, but I'm sure I missed stuff like I just did. So we can actually trade now, and we actually get materials. Look at that. Beautiful. It does fix trade too, yeah. 10 out of 10. I'll make a mod list buff, but I haven't made one yet. I'll make a mod list. I think I'm using like around 14 mods right now. Okay. I'm really curious to see what other countries are going to go politically. I saw a few of them accidentally when I was tagging between countries while doing the edits. Because I unpaused for a little bit. And they're going to be pretty spicy, at least a couple of them. What's the story of House Torres? Oh, Jesus, that is a long story. I'll give you like the cut and dry version of it. A house of counts from ex-Byzantine Sardinia that formed a kingdom in the central Mediterranean, became a colonial power, got destroyed by Europe, have fought a rivalry with their distant cousins in Spain for around 600 years, and lost power to Napoleon and his son before coming back around 60 years ago, and have fought 2 world wars with varying world powers and formed Italy. That's like the hyper-simplified version. We'll go with that. We'll go with Cesare Bazzelli because I want a portrait. And let's send him to Germany. We're gonna go for that's defense. We're actually gonna build a spy agency. It's not the most meta thing to do, but I think it's more interesting and more fun for roleplay, so we're gonna do that. Continue to expand civilian industry. There's a new government in Lithuania. Is fascism on the rise in Mexico? They are the most democratic country in the world. I hope not. Oh, okay. Perhaps it is. So this is a really cool mod. It will actually include like basically hints for where countries are going on their focus tree and stuff like that. So that's pretty fun. Mexico might be going fascist. Did not expect that. They're literally the most democratic country in the world right now. Balkan Hungary? They just migrated a little bit more south than normal, you know. Really, we actually have planes. That makes sense. So again, I don't want to basically roleplay out HOI4 forever. Given how HOI4 tends to go and how the focus trees tend to go, as we all know, we're basically just going to do like roleplay buildup, and then there's going to be some massive wars we're going to be in. And basically when the dust settles, who's kind of on top is where we're going to go with. And we'll move on to Stellaris from there. So this is basically just going to represent like the end of like the huge wars that we've had in this timeline, and will kind of decide the victors, or the total victor, frankly, in the world in this era. If we end up like having a situation where there's still a lot of countries left, there's just like one stronger power, we're gonna go to obviously space as I think like go into Stellar, so a more disunified UN sort of system. But if there's just like some big country that starts steamrolling anyone, like, you know, Mongolia, aka Chagatai, or Germany, we might have a very different situation. So, no idea how this will go. Oh, after a major actor declared his support for the fascist party, citizens are in an uproar. Spanish authorities are currently interviewing major film directors. Oh God, okay. More countries than I expected may be going fascist. And the Chagatai, they literally didn't show up when I save translated. Are you kidding me? Dude, I translated from Vic 3 and Chagatai didn't show up, but apparently they have revolted and now exist. So, they're back. Because they went communist? What the fuck? Wow, this is moving quickly. Okay, there's a full-on civil war in the post-Chagatai state that's been established by the Geneva powers. And there is now full-blown civil war between this would be like probably the high imamate, obviously, of the Chagatai, which used to rule for 1,000 years there, and the Mongolian People's Republic, a communist faction which has seized power in the post-Chagatai Asian country, and they're now in full-blown civil war. And you're right, there's also a civil war in Mexico between a far-left communist government, the PCM, and the democratic remnants of the former government, which have obviously been forced to move and rule out of Austin, Texas, which has been a Mexican core for all of history. Wow, okay. This is moving quicker than I thought. Good to see that the chaos and constant wars of this campaign are continuing as usual. Are they unnamed? Unnamed, yep. Beautiful. Also unnamed. It's still a little janky. Fascism on the rise in Germany. I'm hoping we don't get bugs either. Like I said, I ran it until past 40 and we didn't have any huge issues, so I'm hoping we'll be all right. There's also a civil war in Persia right now. The Gezarids are revolting against the Persian Republic. Wow. The Persian Empire embraced democratic reforms in their parliament, and there has been a revolution, by which would probably be like the old monarchy faction. So a lot of leftist and democratic reforms, and then a lot of civil wars as a result of that. We'll go with the civilian economy. Like I said, we're pretty much almost entirely demilitarized at this point, so it's a very, very different Sardinia than in the World Wars. Start to get some XP though going. Go with Sigismondo Santagello. Decisive battle for naval. Would we send volunteers to any of these wars though? I don't think we even can. We don't have the divisions for it, so that's not even an option on the table. And we really are like post-war Britain right now in many ways. We are Italians. What's up, Reaper? Bosnia-Herzegovina has like an independent country that we have solid relations with, so we wouldn't look to conquer them unless we go fascist or something. The division counts. Pretty close. This is anyone's war, actually. Any idea how we're going to build a navy? I'm going to build a traditional full navy. So I'm going to build some carriers. I'm going to build heavy cruisers. I'm going to build destroyers. We're working on some destroyers right now, and I'm going to wait till we probably get the next model to go and build a bunch of cruisers and carriers. We'll build more dockyards here in a little while too. We have to build ground up, essentially. A lot of hostility between them and Sweden, of all people. Oh no. Democratic Mexico has no divisions. I mean, we're a monarchy, say one of the officials badly insulted your wife on a diplomatic mission. We could do like the generic basic bitch HOI4 fucking roleplay shit, like someone on the border looked at me really mean, I'm going to invade you. But we're not doing that. I will not be doing Road to 56 roleplay in this game. It's not happening. Very slow coup, pretty much. Mexico's always been pretty left, though. I mean, some of their institutions they adapted so early. Like, they were the first country in the world to give full rights to women in Vic 3 and shit like that. So, I guess them going far left does kind of make sense. And obviously, they've been working with the Germans for a long time, especially when Germany was hard left, right? They built a full spy agency already. Gezerids are being put down, so it looks like the Persian Republic is going to hold power and continue. A lot of liberal reform and a lot of far-right movement here across the board. Industrial grants. The government is just fully subsidizing pure economic progress, nothing else. Oh god. Simon Torres, we could put our brother into the government. He does absolutely nothing. Accurate. Or our other brother, or cousin, who also does absolutely nothing. We'll go with Pietro Shigi, captain of industry. This would be like almost like a Chamberlain government right now. Very stagnant, very business focused, very economic focused. Military no longer has the influence it used to after the wars. We gotta, no, we can't get an attaché. I kind of want to see what is happening in the war, but we can't. You can put family members into political positions and they do absolutely nothing with work. Don't expect this game to be so realistic. I don't think it's on purpose, but that works. It is accurate. I don't know the history, but you should look into unifying the remnants of the Roman Empire. So if we actually go fascist, like if we go the fascist route, we're gonna look to reform Rome. We'll do like the Mussolini style knockoff Roman Empire rebuild kind of thing. But that's the only path I will go for, like the Roman borders would be fascism. Mexico's not pushing. I guess they've entered into negotiations currently for outright unification and maybe a proper joint parliament. They're much more reasonable than what's going on in the East here. Nanking has fallen, or Nanching, I should say. Yeah, we could. Like, again, don't expect us to be full Rome, though. We're gonna be like the cosplaying version, right? Just like Mussolini cosplayed being Rome. We'll adapt some of its institutions kind of like to cosplay, but really we're just gonna be Italy cosplaying with a Roman outfit on, right? That's all we're gonna be. But we would be very militaristic. You're trying to trigger me right now, and you're almost succeeding. So, kindly don't get me monologuing on where space funding goes, because I will. Speaking of space funding, the Artemis program is going to get full going next year. I'm really excited for that. For any of the Americans, we actually have like the next phase of our space program, which hopefully will be continuing to get funding. The Artemis program, which has done, I think, already its first launch, which was an unmanned one, and we're going to start going back to the moon and hopefully build a lunar outpost. That's the hope here. Even follow beef. I think in end of the decade is the plan for that, like 2028 or something like that. But the Artemis program is like supposed to be the next generation of the American space program and NASA. We're building a space station in orbit of the moon. They renamed it. I forget what the name of it formally is now, but essentially it's like a habitation module, and it's going to be a science lab. And then we're going to be, I think it's actually got an ion propulsion system too. So we're going to be using electronic propulsion primarily to move that space station, which is really fucking cool, because I don't think we've done that on any space station before. Maybe on the ISS, but I don't remember. And then after that, we're going to be landing, hopefully, a whole habitation module on the moon, and then build a lunar base there. That is the plan. Unfortunately, it does need to continue to be funded by future presidents and NASA, which is questionable, so we'll see. Beef, you can't wait for it? Yeah, dude, I can't wait either. I'm so fucking excited, man. There's a lot of other things I'd probably like to see NASA be doing, or at least do this quicker alongside other things, but like, you know, it's something at least. We've been out of the space game for so long now. It's like, you know, at least we're doing something. I'm just worried it won't continue to get funded, because we had a plan to basically capture an asteroid too, which was so awesome, and then we defunded that as well. So I don't know, I'm a little worried. Trump was actually, I wouldn't say pro-NASA, but he didn't cut it that badly. He wanted to obviously push forward for more. He wanted like headlines basically with a space program. I think he actually instituted the Artemis program itself to go back to the moon, which has been modified under the Biden administration. But yeah, Trump actually wasn't against space. That was one area I'll give him credit for. I don't think he understood really anything about it, but at least he didn't outright defund it, you know, which is cool. Yeah, true. NASA's budget is such a joke these days. Gray, sad. Going to space inherently creates innovation, though. Oh, 100%. I mean, think about like all the technologies we've gotten off of the space program and NASA's research. There's a lot of them. Kind of incredible. India is the up-and-coming space power. Boys, let's wait for this for Stellaris, though. Then we can rant about this. I know I started this, but we got to be careful here because I'll not shut up about it. India is a real up-and-coming space power in many ways. They put a lot of effort, a lot of money into it. They have a lot of issues with quality, but like they fund that shit. And I mean, I'd say like the biggest probably space entities in the world right now would be NASA, followed by the Chinese space program, followed by the ESA, followed by JAXA, and then it would probably be the Indian space program, maybe tied with like the Canadian space program, something like that. So we'll see. Yeah, and in this timeline in our current game, it's Nepal and then Eurasia. So they are split in half right now. But I'm gonna start monologuing about this. We'll do this in Stellaris, then I'll monologue about it continuously. We'll continue to expand subsidies for consumer goods. We had real issues with people being able to afford groceries and things like that back in Victoria 3, so that would make sense. Our people are not the wealthiest. The Gizarid revolution is almost entirely put down. I don't think Persia will be able to actually chase them to Crimea because they don't have access or a fleet, but we'll see. The Chagatai are gaining. They've taken most of southern China, proper, but they're actually losing ground in the west to the Mongols People's Republic, so we'll see. Their divisions are still around equal, too. Interesting. That's false. Any economic progress made can be attributed to the space program. Wait, what? What's false? If you historically look at when and why all these economic and pro-environmental groups started, they all started and ramped up because commonplace and mainstream after we went to space and saw Earth not as globe in a classroom, but as anyone not from Earth sees it. So there's been many progress related to it. But that's what I said, Reaper. I thought, unless I misspoke. Well, that's what I said. SpaceX on top. They've done a lot. I mean, the Falcon Super Heavy is like the... I think it is... The Long March 9 I don't think is big. God damn it, I'm gonna look it up. March series. The Chinese rockets have really come a long way very quickly. Let me see really quickly. March 11 versus Falcon Super Heavy. I know the Falcon series for obviously SpaceX are the most economical in terms of being able to get huge payloads to orbit for a very low price. Because, I mean, Musk has always stated that SpaceX was about reducing basically the cost of putting things into orbit. Long March 11. Yeah, it's way smaller, I think. 700 versus... Jesus Christ. This Falcon Super Heavy can put 140,000 pounds into low Earth orbit. Is that right? Jesus fuck, dude. That's insane. Yeah, light years ahead of everything else. $60,000 pounds into geosynchronous orbit. That is just insane. The Long March 11, which is the largest, that's a single booster rocket to be failed for China, can put 1,500 pounds into low Earth orbit. I thought they were closer for some reason. I guess not. Probably because they stole tech from others. Oh, of course. But, you know, they also do their own, you know, innovation and research. China's meta for, like, most of their tech in the modern world is to just steal things. And then when they've, like, gotten their progress up to, like, the current levels of other countries, then they actually will innovate. There's no denying that. But, yeah, 100%. Space Force's uniforms, I'm not a big fan of IMC. They're kind of cool. Let's see. Wow, Germany's really going for like a spy agency focus right now. A lot of countries are, for some reason. Britain is instituting education reforms. Ukraine is continuing to develop their military from the looks of things. Whoa, the Byzantine Empire is making democratic reforms. And a lot of communists are getting power there. Egypt's focusing on modernizing their air force. Eurasia is developing a tank program. Nepal's going communist. China's developing a military. Japan is going fascist. That's spicy. Brazil is developing a navy. How's America doing? America is currently continuing to basically reestablish the monarchy's power in the country. So America will be staying monarchist. Interesting. The Germans the Bavarians technically started communism in this timeline, Dante. The Bavarians, which is now Germany. They formed Germany in Victoria 3. Okay, well, we are definitely having some big wars in HOI4, that is for sure. A lot of very extreme ideologies getting a lot of popularity. Hold on, we still have Smaducci. We still have Smaducci from Victoria 3. He's still alive, apparently. What a beast. Go with Vincenzo Ottaviani. offensive expert, and we'll start to generate some XP. We're gonna need a lot more mills too. We can barely get the equipment we need for our military at present. I'm gonna civ greed a bit though. I think it makes sense. If that really fucks us later, that's fine. Again, we're just so focused on like the post-war period, kind of developing a proper civilian economy. We're gonna let a lot of things slide for that purpose. Again, a lot of similarities to Britain right now in post-World War I era. He lived so long, he saw the great Italian Navy be destroyed. So Meducci? Yes, he did. Yeah, he's been around for a long time. We need more spies so we can actually start to infiltrate the German administration. I want to know what they're doing, what routes they're going. We're going to really focus on our spy network, gaining power in Germany and obviously in the post-Chagatai state. Those are the two big powers we are very worried about and would want to know what their government is working on. We'll go Augusto Filangeri for our Air Force head as well. We've actually got leaders of all the branches of the military, which we would definitely have even though we've demilitarized a lot. Yep, the Gezerids have been exiled. The last holdout is currently fighting in Biban in southern Iran, but they've still got all the Crimean holdings, including their capital in Kharkiv, so the monarchist factions of Iran, the Gezerids, Persia, will, I guess, hold out in Crimea for now, because there's no way for Persia to actually get there. They have no treaties with Georgia right now. Interesting. Oh, wow, okay. Turkish Kingdom is staying very monarchist as well. They're going to try and work with Bosnia and the Byzantines. Actually see Egypt's focus tree. What are they working on? They're working on an air force. 100% working on an air force right now. I still found it so strange at the in Victoria 3 how we became such close allies with Egypt after, you know, taking the Suez from them under Napoleon and everything. We became good friends with them in the end. We'll see if that survives this era though. May not. What do you have resistance to occupation mainland Italy? Because I didn't core the northern portion because I wanted it to simulate the massive political discord we currently have in Italy proper. So we actually have to, you know, supply men to garrison like the unrest there, essentially. I may just manually edit in coring it later if we deal with some of our political stuff or get like very one party. But for now, I think it's interesting to kind of simulate that element. It shouldn't be all fine and dandy in our country. HOI4 has always bugged me in that it's so easy to basically just like pretend like your country is so unified and you don't have internal problems when you absolutely do or would, right? That always bugged me. And again, it is a war simulator. They really don't do a lot with politics, and that's fine. But, you know, given this is a roleplay campaign, I want to, if I can add an element of something to kind of simulate these things, I definitely want to do that. We're going to be maxing our passive defense all the way to start off with, by the way, given that obviously, given how much of a intelligence agency is currently being developed by our rivals in Germany, would be very key. We'd know that their operatives are probably operating within Sassari. The Fatimids are still in power, yes. Yep. Like IRL Egypt with Britain, exactly. Yeah. Except this is a much stronger Egypt in this timeline. They are considerably powerful. Okay. What part of our focus tree gives more research slots? There's one. There's two. Okay, we gotta go over here. We'll do that next. The Fatimids have been in power for longer than House Torres. Yep. They were there at the beginning of CK3, and they're still going. They briefly almost got ousted when Napoleon invaded. If he would have won that war, they would have been thrown out of power, but he didn't technically lose or win the war, but he did personally obviously die near Cairo, so they held on to power. They are obviously still the strongest Muslim power left in the world besides Persia. And Persia is getting a lot of fascists. My God. Lithuania staying monarchist. I like how Mexico's just literally not fighting their war. And have to go do a save edit for that. That's what Paradox fans don't. HOI4 is an era of nationalism. In part, so it's understandable that unity is a thing. Most history, you were loyal to local towns and families. Around World War I and World War II, that switched to nations and only empires controlling lands, not naturally, and their cultural group would suffer rebellions. True. That's what Paradox fans don't realize. There is a great portrayal of the historical shift in mentality just by looking between games. True, I don't think HOI4 does a good job of reflecting the era, though. Nationalism was a part of like the World War II, pre-World War II era, but so was communism, so was democratic reform. All ideologies were just like on the forefront of people's issues, right? Like, it's very unique. Every era has its own degree of political focus and like, you know, which ideologies are powerful, but the World War II era that HOI4 is supposed to simulate was just generally very divisive, and a lot of like, obviously, political ideologies had a lot of influence, and there was a lot of nuance to them, which I just don't think this game ever did a good job of portraying. And I don't mind that, again, because this is a war simulator, but I don't know, some people just really try and act like it does do a good job, and I don't think it does, because they break down political ideology into such narrow categories, and they misrepresent it constantly, and they completely misportray the economic elements of these ideologies, which are so important, and then they call it a day. And again, that's fine, but it's like so many people act like that's really what the case was, especially young kids, but you know, it's what it is. I think Victoria 3 does the best job of any Paradox game of portraying ideology really well, especially if you use the Better Politics mod, which I guess kind of doesn't count, but even the basic systems are a lot better in vanilla Victoria 3. Actual political nuance. Yeah, Millennium Dawn does a very good job of fixing a lot of these issues. Their political system is way better in many ways. I mean, just adding so many different parties, allowing so many different types of ideology to exist is just a lot better, in my opinion. Okay, let's work on weapons 1. Soundtrack is up too. It is. There we go. Let's play the classic. We're gonna go, what naval doctrine are we gonna go? Probably Fleet and Being. I don't know. We're not gonna really build battleships, are we? I probably won't build battleships. We're gonna go for cruisers. Hold on. I am gonna min-max this because some of the modifiers I'm using in this focus tree mod are fucking broken, so we're gonna struggle navally. Let me go. Consult the archives. The HOI4 wiki. Based on the kind of fleet I'm trying to build. Question is how much I want to focus on carriers, honestly. I do want to use navs. call. Not... Carriers are very expensive. We might just want to go with a pure cruiser navy since I'm being kind of cucked by the save editor with no navy at the start. In which case we want to go trader interdiction. Which would also allow us to field a pretty good submarine fleet kind of as a last option as well, which might be worthwhile. Yeah, we're gonna go trade interdiction. That's what we are gonna do. Carriers are mint. They're just fun for the roleplay element. Like, I don't know, for me, Navy, I don't always want to build like the best possible. I want to build a really good Navy regardless, right? But like, I find just every time building the same thing over and over again because it's so min-maxed to be boring. I think you should build part of the meta always, even in single player, just so your fleet doesn't get shit on. But like, taking choices that aren't the meta but are fun are really great. Like, you know, building some super heavy battleships or something, which we could do. So, I'm going to build as one carrier, but I'm not going to focus our doctrine on it. I'm going to focus our doctrine on heavy cruisers. I'm going more with just the pure meta here, which I would not do if we'd been able to generate some actual fleet before the start, which the game wouldn't let me. So I am going to go a bit more meta because we kind of have to, just so we don't get immediately sunk by some of these huge navies I spawned in for other countries. But yeah, we're going to go trader interdiction. I'm going to focus on some really good cruisers to start off with, and if we have the dockyards and time for it, I'm going to build some carriers and maybe a battleship or two as well. To be honest, you're right with that, but then again, how would you sell to the public a game that admits Hitler's main beef with Stalin in the USSR was the fact Stalin in the USSR wasn't German? They were both left-leaning in most policies. You mean economic policies? That's not quite accurate, I would say. Stalin was loyal to the cause of communism and Hitler to Germany first. How would you sell that modern day given all the hate people have on admitting that both sides are evil men? You'd still sell it, you just wouldn't sell as many. So you'd have to put, you know, your morality a little bit ahead of profits, right? Which won't happen. But I can still, you know, shit on the fucking HOI4 game itself for not doing that because they didn't do that. And you're right, like, is there an economic incentive not to do it? 100%. But like, you know, fuck you if you didn't do it, right? Super heavy battleships would be fun. And it's not quite that bad, but it kind of is. There's a lot of kids who play these games. I've ranted about this before. I won't do it again, but there's a lot of kids who play HOI4 and they learn a lot of their ideology off of it, right? And you do get some radicals from this game. What do we get for actual naval options here? Off-map dockyards. Okay, we're doing that next. Ignore the names for these focuses. I think I'll probably go for speed. Speed is so fucking strong on ships. Okay, first. Naval developments. We'll get our naval shipbuilding program going again a little bit more properly. What's up, Dubai? I won't lie, I thought communism was cool when I started playing 3 years ago. You're only 21. That's what I mean. A lot of people don't go out of their way to learn politics and ideology because why the fuck would you, right? You know? And then they play these games and they see like the economic and political, you know, bonuses attached to them and think, hey, that's good. I like that. When they probably shouldn't. What's up, Mage? As a person who absolutely terrible at HOI4, I think it's easier to RP, I guess. It's like that one quote, ignorance is bliss. That's true, you know. The shit you see in Road to 56 roleplay, for example, always was just like, oh boy, holy fuck. I kind of want to do some Road to 56 roleplay games again, though, if I can find another server for it sometimes. I don't really want to do the R56 roleplay server itself, because, like, Jesus Christ, it can be a bit cancer, maybe, but I need to look around and find another, like, HOI4 RP group and maybe hop in a few, just for fun. I won't even try and do overdramatic roleplay. Just kind of have fun with it, you know? Like, Tommy K style. Not take it too seriously, just like actually have fun and bullshit. Because like formal roleplays, I did so much of that and it's fun, but Jesus Christ, it does get a bit tiring. It's like Model UN shit. Probably we want to go for integrated designers. We'll do naval reform. Long term, that will be useful enough for us. We're taking it really early, and we'll be able to generate more naval XP with training, so we'll keep that one. Piano candles. All right, see how things are going. Chagatai are actually being pushed. Holy shit. Wow, the communists are pushing. I think they have more divisions. Are we gonna see a communist Chagatai here? Now that is terrifying. We would start to militarize if that's the case, and we would react. Interesting. Before it's been the single greatest source of monarchists. Monarchism has a lot of natural appeal to it, I think, though, to be fair. You know, it's got a lot of, what's the word? The ambience of monarchism is very, very attractive. The game gives bonuses and certain stuff to make the ideology look strong. I think that's why people get influenced. True. Like, going fascist or communist allows you to take fucking war economy or martial mob early, and then you automatically associate those ideologies with having better economic systems. That's a real thing. I've talked to HOI4 kids who will say that. Internal problems. More, so we have a lot of destroyed buildings right now, and what that would mean in the roleplay, right, is again, given the kind of extremely authoritarian government in power in Italy and Sardinia right now, most people are not doing public protests. They're not really doing anything direct against the government. It would be a lot of just straight up domestic terrorism, essentially, right? A lot of roads being destroyed, factories being bombed, people being killed, politicians being murdered, shit like that. It would all be kind of behind the scenes. So like the far left and far right elements that are currently fighting against the government would be doing so very indirectly and very violently. So one of the reasons I'm also building a spy agency so early would be to quell a lot of the internal issues we're having, which is why we should actually go for anti-partisan, and why when we get another spy, I'm going to start putting him on to doing root out resistance. But right now, it's more important that we infiltrate Munich. Monarchism's cool, but only if you get to be the queen. See, but that's not how that works, does it? There's too many people for that. Try discard pixel server for Roto 56 RP games? Maybe. I've watched his games and I've noticed they're kind of fun. I've watched a few of his streams and stuff, but his server's kind of like how I used to run my roleplay games, which is like, if he's in the game, it's all about him and the game kind of revolves around him. I used to do the same thing when I did HOI4 RP, kind of, you know, or when I ran multiplayer HOI4 games, shit kind of centered around me and game rules were bent around me and stuff like that. And all the players just wanted FaceTime with like the main guy. And I've seen that in a lot of his games, which I don't know if I really want to do, but I might try some of their games. They look very fun, at least very memey. People like monarchism either because it's tradition in their country, or they think it is unifying and not divisive like elected politicians. Yeah, it's kind of seen as more middle of the road, which is really strange. Denmark's crown princess is marrying some guy who tells people he is a shaman. Hold on, is that the MAGA shaman? Is she marrying the MAGA shaman from the January 6th rally? That's the timeline I want to see a focus tree of. I mean, I think with monarchy, it's always like the definition of pure nationalism as well. Like, not like the extreme, like, fascist kind, but just like love for your country, I guess. Because monarchs are very good at symbolizing a nation in like a can't say the word. Like a humanoid entity, right? Like, a monarch represents a country as a person, which is something you kind of get with presidents and leaders, but it's never quite the same as a monarch, you know, which I think is one of the other appeals of monarchism. I was unironically briefly a monarchist when I was younger, embarrassingly, you know, so. She gave up her title to marry a shaman. Did she actually? Huh. What's her name? I'm kind of curious now. The CK2 grind. Alright. Any other big changes? The focuses are how we're going to kind of see which direction countries are going here. Because we won't be able to look at their focus trees, obviously. A lot of them are militarizing really early. A lot more naval focused than I expected, not gonna lie. Secret police and monarchism for America. Japan is really developing a good air force here, it seems. And fascism is growing in popularity very quickly. Germany's also going to focus navally. Jeez, that's going to be a pain. Heavy tank Sweden. Okay, that'll be fun. Constitutional monarchy is completely fine. Oh fuck, our agent was captured in Munich. That's a real problem. We have no other agents to get him back either. Constitutional monarchy is fine as long as the monarchy doesn't have any legislative power, right? They're basically just the figurehead of the country. And I don't think there's anything innately wrong with that. It's basically just like a mascot for your country, right? And that's what the British royal family is. And that's kind of nice to have. It is a unifying figure. Like in base HOI4, the King of Britain gives a stability boost. And if the monarch is charismatic enough, I think that's kind of true, right? If they don't, have legislative power, if they don't cause major issues, there's no scandals, there's kind of like a nice guy. It is kind of a unifying figurehead for a country. There's, that's useful, really. But unfortunately, in reality, those types are quite rare. Holy fuck, we need more mills. We're gonna repair all these buildings, we'll complete all these civs, and I'm gonna start to build dockyards and military factories. We're gonna do a little bit more militarizing here, given there is potentially going to be a communist successor state to the Chagatai. And so many countries are developing their navies right now. I'm gonna take Yorgo Paterno, because we need another operative right now to get our other one out of jail. Even though I don't believe in communism, I still find the Cuban Revolution of Castro and Guevara parties fascinating, and Guevara's attempt to spread the revolution. Now, he's just a charismatic, interesting guy. They all were, the Cuban revolutionaries. I know the UK well enough, the monarch has powers, but if the monarch uses said powers, it's likely to end bad for the monarch. I thought they had that all removed, but then again, the House of Lords is still around, so I'm not too sure. Let's grab some more dockyards. I'm gonna start on a carrier. Earlier the better, honestly. And I'm gonna keep our naval XP for more designs, because I'm gonna start to change some better designs here in a little while, after we get a couple upgrades. UK monarchy still has powers, it's just they don't use them. Okay, fair. Roman monarchy 2 is, since the position is inherited, there's a chance you'll get utter twit on the throne. True. Monarchy is the most efficient and inefficient system, much like dictatorships, right? If you get a good one, it's the perfect system. Like if you get a philosopher king, but if you get a bad one, it destroys the country. Like Marcus Aurelius style dictators or monarchies, right? Fantastic. George III style monarchies, problematic. Yeah, Castell is getting a lot more fascism popularity here. British monarch reject prime ministers technically, they just don't. I thought they removed those powers. I'm shocked. Shouldn't be surprised. It is Britain. Britain's government is so interesting and strange at the same time. There's never been just like radical changes to it for the most part. It's just been like gradual reform out of those old systems, which is why you still see so many relics of those sorts of things. Like there have been reforms, right? I know in the 90s they removed a lot of the hereditary like barons, counts, and nobles having rights with like the House of Lords, and they've done some reforms of it, but there are still some hereditary titles left over and things like that too, which is just so crazy in a nation that you automatically assume, I think most people do, to be fairly democratic in many ways. No written constitution. Yep. Queen's representative sacked the Australian government in 75. That was Elizabeth. I'm looking for big political events here in the newspaper because it will tell us now and then, like what a country's doing focus tree wise. We are starting to run a little bit low on oil too, so I may import a little bit of that soon. We can only import oil off of Egypt and Lithuania. That is a huge problem. Australian constitutional crisis. That's the dismissal. The dismissal from office of the Prime Minister Gow Whitlam of the Australian Labor Party by Governor General Sir John Kerr. The greatest constitutional and political crisis in Australian history. It was a deadlocked parliament. Huh. I've never heard of that before, but I know nothing of Australian political history. Nothing at all. Thought we had some oil fields. We did in Victoria 3. Those do not translate over to HOI4, unfortunately. We had a bunch of oil down here in Victoria 3, but that doesn't exist in HOI4, so we don't technically really have oil at all, I think. There's like one province we have somewhere, probably in Asia. Oh yes. We don't get access to any of these resources because we don't have ports there. Let's fix that issue immediately. That'll be very important later. We'll go with Bianca Molinelli. What does she have? A seducer infiltrator. Pretty solid. No portrait, unfortunately. Let's get better airframes so we can start to produce. Actually, I don't want medium, I want small. To start to produce aircraft here in a little while. Obviously, one of the big reasons we were able to win the Second World War was due to our Air Force, so we want to stay very advanced on that. I'm also going to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be back in just a moment. The last king of Egypt was a real estate agent. He's now a real estate agent. Found the second. Is that real? Resigned as the last king of Egypt in 52. Moved to Rome. He's buddies with CC. Oh man. I don't see anything about real estate on Wikipedia, at least. It's got a Monaco passport. In the marriage part, let's see. Okay. He set up a real estate business. Okay, yeah, he has a real estate business apparently. I mean, it's lucrative and it's all about connections. So if you know rich people and sell rich buildings, you're gonna make good money. Good for him. Utilizing those connections. Egyptian passport. He has no titles and is simply identified as Ahmed Fouad, previous king of Egypt. I mean, Sisi's a little mini dictator right now anyway, so they haven't moved that far away anymore. Mubarak was pretty much the same. Just less outright corrupt as the Egyptian monarchy was in its final days. It is pretty funny. Yeah, mini dictator. Yeah. What skill set is even like combined with being a king, right? I mean, like he knows how to spend money. He's probably very good at schmoozing and socializing, which again is why real estate, top tier profession to go after. Whatever skills would kings have? Knowing decorum, I guess, that's kind of useful. One of my favorite post-royal families was the Byzantine Palaiologos dynasty did after losing Constantinople. Last known member died in Barbados in the 1800s and has his grave there. Barbados, of all places. How the hell did they end up there? Do our last passive defense as well, and let's also try and break our agent out of jail, which is currently in Germany. We'll send her to Munich and try and get him out of jail as soon as we can. We're about to have three operatives as well, and we can start to do some serious missions of the Royal Italian Intelligence Service. Yeah, the finance bro Bonaparte era, I know that one. Wow. Freeholder, sugar and cotton planter, and church warden. The last living member of the dynasty. He supported the royalist side of the English Civil War, but immigrated to Barbados during the conflict. Wow. Hold on. I need to send this on Discord to someone. This would make a really good video. One of the really good things, very off topic from the current game, as I've been doing repeatedly all today again. One of the good things that came out of kind of like the whole bullshit situation that happened with Babylon Roleplay is me and one of the guys from that server are actually going to start a history YouTube channel. I've been thinking about doing it ever since I started like Hammurabae YouTube channel. I thought it'd be fun to do. But me and this guy Eli, we're starting a history channel because we both have pretty good editing skills. I think this would make a pretty good video on that. Seems like an interesting guy. Oh yeah. Yeah, he had an interesting life. You know, it's funny because there's a lot of like great families from history who you know, after they get pushed out of power or after they kind of disappear from history, it's almost like they don't exist, but their families like continue to live for quite some time, and some of them will have like really interesting stories. Because after you have like connections at that level of like a leader or like a monarchy, right, it's really difficult to lose those. And you know, if you're smart, your family will just have exorbitantly large amounts of wealth for quite a while. We're gonna go ahead and go for the early cruiser variant. We're gonna get it a little bit ahead of time with the research bonus we got, and we're gonna start to put out 1940 cruisers a little bit early, which is what I want to do. But yeah, Eli, some of y'all will know Eli from the Babylon Discord. Me and him are starting a history YouTube channel. Should be a lot of fun. That won't launch until probably next summer though. We're gonna do a lot of stuff before then. We're good. Current Ottoman royal family has blue eyes and are blonde. Are they really? Did they move? Where did they move to after they got pushed out of power, Mage? Huh. Deposed monarchies mostly have old wealth and still marry each other and such. Yeah, exactly. It's still such a prestigious thing, right? I mean, you know, if you met like a girl in college and her last name was Habsburg, you'd probably want to date her a little bit more. I know I would. I won't lie. I mean, sure, her jaw may be a little bit distended, but I could get over that for the prestige of her name, you know? And I think most people, especially in high society, feel a similar way, you know? It is what it is. Just a lot of drip, a lot of prestige on those names. Go for trucks as well. Actually, hold on. Before we do that, I want us to work on a few more naval modules that we're going to need. We need more research slots too after this one. Hold on. Need to focus on the game for a minute. That's the most important, I would say, right now for ships and then for production. The members of the House of Osman are ancestors of European sex slaves. I mean, yeah, because the way that the inheritance system works in the harems of the family. Imagine what kind of anime a Habsburg would be into. Lesser known fact, the #1 funder for Japanese animes that focused entirely on incest is actually the Habsburg line. A lot of the wealth of that family and their investment funds is actually reinvested into the less well-known portions of the Japanese anime arena. That's a true fact. You can look that up. It's true. We go Giovanni Viscione, who has a blueprint advantage. Can we go ahead and rescue our operative yet? Listen. I'm gonna go with, let's see. We'll hold on to that XP for now then. I'll use it for the design a better small wing aircraft when we get that research done. Simeon II of House Saxe-Coburg of Gotha, same family that ruled in Portugal towards the end of its monarchy, also technically the same family as the Windsors. What about them? One of the Saudi royal princes is a huge weeb and his Steam account is filled with anime shit. Doesn't surprise me. I mean, a lot of them are very Western, like culturally. Oh my god, are those actually the heirs? Mage? Ottoman royal family escaped on a British ship to Malta or something. Oh, I got you. Okay, I did not know that. That's crazy. They looked like just like European kids. I'd never guessed they had any Turkish ancestry. That's hilarious. They probably ended up in Monaco. A lot of those royal families do. Mehmed VI left aboard a British warship, the Malaya, in November of 1922, going to Malta and then the Italian Riviera. Okay, I got you. History in general, Jay. Different subjects generally. Swedish royal family is a hotbed for dyslexia. It sounds to me like the Saudi royal family need to marry into the Habsburg royal family and then single-handedly keep the Japanese anime scene alive. That's what I'm hearing. That's the timeline we all want. It's a timeline we all need, really. Back to the game. No big developments so far. The war is still very heavily ongoing between the Chagatai and the Mongol People's Republic. They're still pretty equal right now. Mexico and Mexico have not done anything. I'll probably just have to end up saving that. I'm not sure why they're not fighting each other. Israel's still holding out. I think I'll also save edit this to like make them have a peace and like hold out here. That'd be kind of interesting. Well, we'll see. Depends what happens. Persia could theoretically develop a navy and invade, but I don't know how they get through the Bosphorus. A lot of communists supporting Byzantium right now. Japan is absolutely going fascist in this timeline, 100%. Jonas Constantine. Is that his name? It is, yeah. Jonas Constantine. I didn't rename him either. He just had that generated for him in the translation. I wonder if that was the name of the leader in Victoria 3. It might have been. Legally, there isn't a royal family, but I'm not sure about the exact current heir. Greek Brazilian, yep. Yeah, Brazil in this timeline is a mixture of like Sardinian Italian people, French in the north because they colonized that, and then a lot of Byzantine Greeks in the southern central portions of Brazil in this timeline. It's not Portuguese, it'd be a conglomeration of like Italian, a little bit of French, and then a lot of Greek Byzantine as well. Because the emperor is very old. The Japanese emperor is very old. He's been around for a while. Speed up a little bit here. I'm trying not to rush through HOI4, but there's also not a lot going on because I'm playing with very few mods. All right, we are going to go for our research slots next, and then I think we're going to probably do a vote on our political focus. All right, first poll of the day. Okay, so what is currently happening in this Parliament of Sardinia? Everyone watching and who wishes to participate in this poll, you are now all representatives of the Parliament of Sardinia/Italy at this moment. What is happening is that one of the more left-leaning democratic members of Parliament is petitioning for basically reform outside of the King's purview, which will be specifically the rights of far-left and communist parties to be able to legally exist again. So the king, after the war, when we won against the Chagatai, just, brutally put down all the leftist parties, whether they were more moderate socialist ones or far right, far left anarchists or communists. So currently there is a petition being put into Parliament, which will either allow communist and far left parties to be able to run again and to exist legally, or if they will continue to be banned. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give you guys basically some votes throughout HOI4, especially for the politics, before we decide our route. And you guys kind of got to get to choose where we go. I may choose some things, but I'm also going to put some things to a vote. So, you can probably guess like what these effects will be either way, depending on where we go in the future. So to start off with, very simple. You're all members of Parliament, and the more socially liberal factions of current Parliament, probably very few of them, are basically making speeches, generally advocating for, the democratic reforms which were put in place by the ancestors of the current House Torres, and how our country has moved towards liberal reforms in the past, and demanding that basically all parties have the right to be elected and within the legislature of Italy. What this will mean if you accept it is I am going to basically give the communists some supporting government, and they will, have some power again. So, up to you. Feel free to roleplay it, if you want to get into things, think about what party you might represent within what kind of congressman you might be in parliament, or you can just choose whatever the fuck you want. It's up to you. As always. Alright, so we're working on that carrier. Let's work on... work on some more destroyers. I'm going to make actual roaches. Oppression of us leftists are immoral and illegal and must be ended. The king should not be suppressing the democratic process of this glorious nation. So just a reminder, this is a parliamentary constitutional monarchy. The king has broad powers across the board. He'd probably have the right of veto and things like that. But given the dire political situation and the very, complicated network of factions which are supporting him, for him to outright go against parliament for major things would be a serious issue. So I'll only have him step in if it's like really dramatic stuff, essentially, and we'll have consequences of that. Given there's no custom focus trees and stuff like this, I'm going to basically kind of leave a lot of these sort of political decisions and more roleplay related stuff to y'all for votes and things like that is how I'm thinking about doing this. So, and then I'll obviously turn that into a more interesting storyline when I can edit the videos. That's the thing that kind of sucks about HOI4 right now. With the translator from Vic 3 to HOI4 is it really does lack flavor, so you kind of have to make anything that you want in it, which, is fine, but a little less interesting. We are also going to try and break our agent out of jail in Germany. He is currently being probably tortured in Munich by the German intelligence agency to get information out of him, so we're going to try and get him out of Munich. What's up, twins? In this tumultuous era of the 1930s, the specter of communism looms large on the global stage. As we gather here today, it is incumbent upon us to reflect on the manifold concerns that have been raised about the ideology that advocates for a classless society and the common ownership of the means of production. This was wrote by ChatGPT. It sounded good. ChatGPT is a fairly good writer, if we're being honest. All right, we've repaired all the buildings and roads destroyed by the radicals in the north primarily. They're not doing any more recently. They've gotten a lot more reasonable, it seems, for the most part. Let's go ahead and start to develop our dockyards more in Campania and in Tunisia. I'm also going to switch us to free trade, I think. Again, we are extremely liberal right now. And we had that in, didn't we have free trade back in Victoria 3? I forget. Oh, we did. Twins, I do apologize. I'm not trying to be dick, but a rundown of the whole game would take 20 minutes. So I'll go over the very recent history. There were 2 world wars. We fought in both of them. One was to form Italy, which we succeeded in beating Germany against all the odds. And then there was the other world war, which ended around 5 years ago against the Chagatai, which eventually resulted in victory, but it's kind of like a firework World War I victory, where just so many people died on both sides that both countries kind of went into stagnancy. They were both powers. The Chagatai, who we fought against, got broken up. They're having a civil war right now, and we've kind of massively demilitarized in the post-war era. We currently have a very popular, fairly far-right king in power, Ferdinando Torres. We are a constitutional monarchy. There is a parliament. And the radical leftists were basically executed en masse during a failed uprising around 3 years ago, and all leftist communist parties have been banned in the country since then by the king. King has supporters basically by traditional moderates, monarchists, as well as the fascists to a fair degree support him. Democratic reformists do not like the king and do not support him in many ways and want reforms, as would leftist parties, so they're completely banned and are not represented currently in parliament. This does not represent, by the way, the people of our country. This will represent our parliament, is how I'm role-playing this, as you can see here. So non-aligned will be members of parliament who would just be moderates or just straight-up monarchist supporters, and then, fascist party and then the Democratic Party. No, okay. What were the results of that poll? So There was a petition in government by the Democrat coalition. Wow, that was a close vote. Jesus. Where it was advocated for the right of leftists and then communist parties to basically be able to be represented in government again by a very slim margin, 1% basically. Be actually more than that. I'm not going to do the math, but by very slim margins in parliament after a vote, it was agreed that leftists and communist parties are going to continue to be completely banned in our government and are not allowed to be elected or to form political parties of any sort. So that has been decided. What's up, Stickles? Glad you like the YouTube videos, man. Appreciate that. Well, that was a very, very close vote. So there is obviously the outcome of this is there will not be any communist parties elected into parliament in the next elections, but it does suggest there is a lot of support currently in parliament and the country for more democratic reforms. That's what that vote says very clearly. So continuing to represent the huge divisiveness that we are currently seeing in the country across the board. Let's go for long-term science investments. It'll take 3 times, but we'll get 2 research slots, which is completely cool. Training. What should Parliament's stance be on the far right elements? They are completely legal and allowed in government right now. So the fascist party does make up 18% of Parliament at this time. They're fairly popular. If you remember back in Victoria 3, they were also very, very popular and supporters of the monarchy. So the far right is much more allowed in our government right now than the far left by a long shot. What's up, Alexander? Mainly that's because like the fascist party and the fascist leaders in Victoria 3 were very supportive of the monarchy. So they're just frankly not viewed as a threat by the king versus like the other parties, right? Especially the left, which, you know, almost caused a civil war multiple times. All right, let's see if we can break him out of jail. Get him out of the German gulag here. Not yet. I'm gonna redo Air destroyers. One more anti-sub destroyer. I'm gonna switch to making more roaches, and we're gonna refit those later. The cruiser I do want to refit though, and we also need more iron. We'll import from the Americans. They've been a good trading partner for a long time. %90 of the popular generals were some form of ethno-nationalist. They were, yeah, back in Victoria 3. So basically, all of our general staff would be far right, very far right. All of the generals that won the Second World War were far right. Unironically, that was a thing back in Victoria 3. One of the reasons the fascist party is so popular as well. Do we have a port in Africa? That's a good question. I think so. Yes, we do. We're getting all the iron from there. Yep. Oh, maybe we don't. The Save Translator didn't add any ports, and I completely overlooked those, so we will build ports in Africa too, I guess. Wow. I guess we do down here. A little bit more though. Nigerian Delta. Glad you enjoyed the MD videos, Alexander. Hope the designs work well for you. Try out the battleship naval designs I threw up there. They're really fucking fun. I was playing around with those a little bit when I was making them. They're completely impractical and a waste of IC cost, but Jesus Christ, the amount of kills you will rack up on them is just so fun. Same reason I'm going to definitely build us a battleship in this. Before the king is out for a ride and get bombed again. Okay, so that's the other thing. 2 of our last 2 monarchs were killed by assassination attempts. I don't think I talked about that, actually. Simon, I believe, was killed by an assassin. His car was blown up, and his son was scarred, and then his son was also killed by an assassin. Our current king, Ferdinando Torres, had multiple assassination attempts on his life, and they failed in Victoria 3. He's got a scar you don't see in this portrait on his face from a bombing attempt as well. So 2 of our last 3 kings were killed by assassinations, by our own people, by radicals and leftists. So yeah, that also is relevant. And yes, Tunis does worship the Greek gods still. That's still from EU4, way back in the day. We have no state religion. We are very liberal when it comes to religion because we've had so many in our country for so long. One of the few bays we're basically not pretty far right at the moment. Get trucks. We'll need to start building those up. Also, thank you for the sub, Orion. Much appreciated. Almost missed that. Hope you're doing well, Orion. Hope life is good for you. Okay, we have our tier 2 airframe. We're going to also want to get engines too before I make the design I want. We'll have 2 more research slots in a little bit. They'll be looking pretty good. They would follow Alexander, 69. Y'all using ChatGPT? Like, I like to use ChatGPT for writings. I use it in my tutorial videos. Because what I will do is I'll write basically like, I did it for roleplay posts a little bit too. I would write like a really in-depth roleplay post, like multiple paragraphs when I used to, still roleplay in Babylon RP. And then I would put it into ChatGPT and I tell ChatGPT to keep the core message the same, but improve word usage and improve grammar, because my grammar is dog shit. And it would always like make my roleplay posts and my writings way better. I've done that for a few YouTube video scripts too. I think replacing writing itself with ChatGPT is a very bad idea, but I think using it to improve your writing is not a bad idea at all. Yeah, there'd be a couple member of parliament who would be Hellenic. It was popular enough back in EU4 and Vic 3 for sure. Maybe 1 or 2. Victoria 3 looks fantastic. The 1.5 update is amazing. I'm a huge fan of the military changes and across the board changes in 1.5. Companies are really cool. I'm as positive about Vic 3 as I've always been. It'll just take time, it'll take money, and it'll cost us more DLCs, but it's going in the direction I said, It's all Paradox games are the same, man. They launch shitty and they get good because of updates, and 1.5 just continues to reinforce that in my mind. We see nothing but confirmation of what I expected in many ways. That being said, Sphere of Influence, the next huge DLC, looks like is going to be insanely priced. Did you guys see how much they charged for the new Stellaris story pack? Did any of y'all see that shit? Did any of y'all see how much? Stellaris just got a DLC. It looks really good. I'm not going to buy it because of the price personally, because I can't afford it. But it's a story pack, right? And Stellaris' story packs in the past have been very good. They're not like full updates or full DLCs, but they add like really interesting story events to go really in depth and have mechanics to them. They're really fun. In the past, they've been around $6. The newest one, $17. I kid you not. $17 for a fucking story pack. And I believe on Steam, let's see if it's still the case. Let's see if they're still saying they're going to charge that much for it. The next Vic 3 DLC is going to be $40, I believe. Let me look. Oh, they've changed the price. Sphere of Influence, the next Victoria 3 DLC, the really big one, is going to be $35. Which is basically the price of a whole new game. Which is fucking insanity. $35 for the next Vic 3 DLC. That's just crazy. Like I said, they're going to make the game good. They're just going to charge us ridiculous amounts for it. So that's how I feel about Vicky 3. Mixed feelings. Stellaris is really fun. IMC, it's just like, it's been reworked so many times, so it's a bit of a pain to keep up with what's happening with it, North America is as weird as usual. There's an ongoing civil war between communists and Democrats in Mexico. Western America is in the Castellan Union system again. America is under a military junta with the Emperor still in charge. Canada is still run by a semi-democratic parliament. Brazil is still very democratic. Victory is a very good game though. It's fantastic. It's just so overpriced. No big political updates. Completely redesigning core mechanics like 3 times a year is awful. An overpriced DLC makes Stellaris a game I don't enjoy. Yeah, those 2 features are really a problem. I'm glad that they have the custodian system, obviously, but the prices we're paying for it is much higher than they thought would actually be the case. why do I stack my dockyards in a single state? Because I build all my infrastructure in those places, right? So when you build buildings in HOI4, you want to max out your infrastructure in provinces you plan to build buildings in, which I thought I did. Yeah, I'm doing. So you see how Campania has maxed out infrastructure and Tunisia have maxed out infrastructure, which is where I'm building all my dockyards. That is because building infrastructure gives you a construction bonus to whatever you're building in that state. So you usually, especially if you're a really big country like we are, want to basically build all your factories in one place after stacking infrastructure. So anywhere you build up infrastructure to max, and then you build buildings thereafter. You do them one by one, and you build them on states that have a naturally large amount of building slots, right? So that's generally how you do it. It's more efficient that way overall. So when you get more buildings in the states, you can continue to build them there. You already have maxed out infrastructure, meaning you produce them faster than anywhere else, and you keep doing it like that. It's just more efficient overall. Kind of metagaming. In multiplayer, it's a little bit rougher to do it that way, because obviously players can see that, and then they'll try and obviously hit and navally invade places with all the buildings, which can really hurt you. But in single player especially, as long as you know how to garrison your coastline, it's not too big of an issue. So, also roleplay-wise, Southern Italy is way more developed. So, yeah, that too. You're welcome. Yeah, Astral Planes, I've read, that's the DLC for Stellaris, the new one, the story pack. I read the reviews of it. Apparently, like, the system itself and the story's pretty cool, but it's just like, you know, no one thinks the price is worth it, which makes sense. All right, we did successfully get our boy out of Munich. Cesare Bozelli has been rescued from the Munich prison system. We're going to put him on rooting out resistance in northern Italy, I think, is what we're going to do here. Yep. And we're going to do the same here. So we do have a lot of unrest up there in the north. Think of northern Italy in this timeline as similar to southern Italy in our own timeline. There are major cultural issues, there are major political differences between north and south, and we have industrialized the southern portion much more than the north. So there's a lot of resentment, there's a lot of anger, and there's a lot of political extremism in northern Italy due to that fact. Just heads up. Kind of gotta flip north and south Italy in your mind in this timeline. Because Campania has been our industrial hub all gain in the south, and we've just always focused more on this. We conquered southern Italy under Napoleon before the north by quite a few years, and there was a lot more time there where it got developed, generally. How do you core in this game? You don't. In base HOI4, you don't core. There are mods you can add that allow you to core states, but in base HOI4, you don't get any more cores unless you get them in your focus tree, which sometimes I think a couple focus trees do have, but most do not. I'm gonna rework the cruisers as well. The current one is not what we want. We're gonna work on those cruisers a lot better. We'll need to refit those as well when we get some better radar, and then we get better AA and stuff like that, but for now it's fine. We have a lot of naval XP, so I'm gonna start actually getting some of our doctrine. Let's also go ahead and infiltrate the civilian administration of Germany. We are in place to do that right now. Or put them back to their regular jobs. Obviously, again, we want to get as deeply entrenched into the German government as we can, so we know if they're going to go radical leftists again or are making designs on Italy, given that they technically do have a casus belli on this region, which they've owned in the past. So we're very worried about them. I'd have more divisions put out already, but I haven't built a lot of mills, which I'm going to actually start doing very shortly. MD and Victoria 3 would be cool. Fully agreed. William Dawn itself, the main mod, has no plans to make a Vicky 3 mod, unfortunately, though. There was going to be the Cold War mod, but they've stopped development on that to make their own game, so a modern day mod for Vic 3 doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon, sadly. It's a real tragedy. Germany is, yes, it's a historical enemy. We fought them to form Italy in the first place, but we're on like bad but not horrible relations. They're not like outright rivals, but we're very hostile to each other, obviously. The Obertingis are not in power anywhere in Europe. They'd be in power in Byzantium. He's not named properly. And they'd be in power in Bosnia as well. Actually, he is, yeah. Fikri Obertingi in Bosnia. And then the Byzantine Emperor should be an Obertingi as well. It just didn't translate properly. So they'd still be left over in Bosnia and Byzantium. I will try and find a way to rename Byzantium. I was having issues with the mod I was using for it. Go for industrial concern. Cold War, I wouldn't say it's outright hostile like that. It'd be a militarized border for sure. We'd have diplomatic relations. We'd have an embassy in Munich. They'd have one in Sassari, but it'd just be very, very hostile, cold relations. Maybe a good comparison. Let me think about World War II comparison really quickly that would work. Actually, that's kind of tough. There's not really a good comparison. Maybe the Germans and the Russians. That, I think, would probably be the closest analogy to the relations as I imagine them as I can think of. In that, like, politically, they're fairly different. It's not as extreme politically, though. It's not like communism and fascism, but, like, think of the diplomatic state between, like, Russia and Germany prior to World War II, in that they didn't like each other at all. But, like, they would still do diplomacy if they needed to, you know. But it wasn't like everyone was expecting them to go to war. It was, you know, they were hostile, and if a war happened, you know, a lot of people would be like, yeah, I could see that. But it wasn't assumed that that would happen kind of thing, you know. So hostile, ideologically very different, but not like just outright chomping at the bit for another war, essentially, because they fought such a brutal war of each other, you know, around 20 years ago. So it's that memory would still be pretty strong. All right, let's infiltrate their government. As you can see, still very hostile, just more of a spy kind of war going on here. Spain and the Allies, a little bit more hostile than that, but in the same arena. Yeah. What's up, the master? Yeah, the beard is not as thick as normal. Italy, Yugoslavia would be a really good one if they both were like as powerful as each other, and you know, it was more like a system of equals, not like Italy just staring down at Bosnia Yugoslavia ready to kill them, you know, something like that. There are 3 factions. Germany has a faction alongside Iberia, Spanish, and then the former Spanish colonies of Colombia, the Anglosphere, which was just Western America. They had a different name, I forget what it was. Gran Colombia, and then like Mexico, which is in a civil war. There is the post-World War II coalition of us and our allies, which is Egypt, Somalia, who am I missing? The Frankish Kingdom, and then the Hungary, which was also named something else in Vic 3. And then there's the Japanese alliance, which is Korea, the reformed Chinese Empire, Japan, Cambodia, and Eurasia, which is the primary power in India and Australasia as well. Okay, we can make almost the planes I want now. We'll make a better variant soon, but I want to actually start producing them. So let's make one. None of the modules I need right now. We'll have to make a really shitty one. Ooh, that is a bad fighter. Better than our current design, though. Start importing a little bit of oil, too, just to offset the deficit we're moving towards. We're importing a lot of oil from the Americans. Would we be thinking about taking lands from Bosnia? No, not really. We've actually had fairly good relations with them off and on. So if we go far-right fascist, we're going to go after them. But beyond that, probably not a country we're looking to conquer. There's not a lot of it. There's no Italian people there. All the like Italian lands that they used to own, we own now. So it'd only be us going like really militant fascist far-right where we actually want to take those lands. Beyond that, we're just kind of, you know, very ambivalent towards them. Western powers versus Southern powers versus Eastern powers, yeah, but none of the factions are really outright hostile to each other right now. It's not like there's like notable factions that are, you know, preparing for war. They're all kind of like lukewarm of each other. Our faction and the Japanese faction are actually probably semi-friendly, given a lot of those countries we built in the post-war treaty, but we are like very politically different than each other. There'd be trade between the Japanese faction and our faction, and then the Germany one's kind of sitting alone. They're more like leftist powers, or at least they used to be, across the board. Persian Crimea is still basically at war with Persia proper. Persia formed a democratic government, and the monarchy, basically the monarchist faction, revolted. They got pushed out entirely of Iran, Iraq, and Azerbaijan, and they're only left in the Crimean region, which cannot be reached by Persia since they don't have a large navy. And I'm sure we're not giving them access militarily through the Suez. What's up, Element? I'm doing pretty good. You playing the December wipe, man? I think I may play that wipe. The new body armor system looks good as fuck. I assume you're still not no-lifing Tarkov. Does Mexico have a suicide problem? Oh, yeah. You don't have good specs, good luck. We really got to figure out some oil production here. All right, we do have a bit of a fleet now. We got 27 destroyers and 2 cruisers. Nothing compared to the other European powers right now, but that's fine. What's up, Rose? How are you? Build a port in the Balkan territories. That's a good idea. We currently don't have one, do we? We should probably upgrade our rail network in Africa at some point too. Notably, this. Okay, our rail network needs some work, that's for sure. The Byzantines are no longer isolationist. They don't have any diplomatic relations with anyone, but they're not as like extremely isolationist economically as they were in Vic 3. Really enjoying the new MD update? How do you decrease unemployment? You build more factories. It's really that simple. Or there's also decisions you can do in your economy tab on the far right side that allow you to allocate more employment to certain areas. You can use those. I don't advise it though. Really, you just got to build more factories, man. As simple as that. You got to build them as quickly as you can. If there's no jobs for people, you're not going to get them employed. So let's get our last research slot as well. Then we're going to choose probably a bit more of our economic pathway. All right, let's do our second poll of the day. Okay, so let me explain this one. You are all once again representatives of the Parliament of Italy. What is happening right now is after obviously more popularity has been gained by the fascist party in recent times, and they realize they're in a much better situation than they've ever been in history. There's a discussion now among the fascist party of Italy as to whether they should continue their alliance with the imperial party, which would be basically the monarchist faction within government, which is directly working with the king and fiercely loyal to him. The fascists up until now have always been supporters of the monarchy and have basically been in a coalition bloc with the monarchists, allowing the government to basically really move and do whatever it wants given the amount of people. But that's now being debated. The fascists are talking about whether A, they would want to even stay in that coalition anymore, or B, if they stay in the coalition, perhaps they can actually start demanding more stuff. So there are three options here. You can roleplay this or just choose whatever you want. It is up to you. There are 14 mods I have on Alexander. There's no one big mod doing this. I save edited basically the whole map, and it was save translated from Victoria 3. This is still the same campaign we've been playing all the way since CK3, the Grand Campaign. Been going on for over a year now, actually. Alrighty. Well, economically, we're doing really good. We've got a lot of civs. I'm going to start remilitarizing a little bit at this point. I'm going to build us some proper military factories and some proper dockyards so we can get an army going. And then we'll kind of look at the world from there. Civil war is still going on. The Chagatai are actually losing territory. They're continuing to lose ground to the communists. It's a very slow, very brutal war, though. The Hosokawa are fighting a civil war. They are a vassal of Japan. Interesting. Yeah, because the save translator doesn't give you military equipment when you save translate, so we basically just had no military equipment. I don't really want to roleplay that out because I don't think that's realistic, but I'm just going with generally we've demilitarized, and we kind of need to obviously stabilize it a bit more. Working around the save translator of the HOI4 with roleplay is a little bit rough, but it's doable. I will also be doing a poll on our land doctrine after this current poll as well, so you guys all get to suddenly be members of the general staff, the military general staff of Italy, and get to decide what route we're going to go. And I'll kind of design and go for research based off of that. I can play any of the routes, I don't mind. They're all winnable in single player. Let's go for Raider Patrols. Roleplay-wise, Slayer, yeah, generally we demilitarized after the Second World War. So basically like Britain did after World War I. But we would still have a larger military than the game portrays. So it's kind of a middle ground there. Radio. Keep running out of steel. Let's start importing some from our allies in the Frankish kingdom. What's up, NTC? I love democracy. We're going full fascist, aren't we? Tough to say. Tough to say. We'll go Werner Risch. will give our screens a lot of bonuses. What's the pull at right now? Let me look. Pretty split. It's roleplay, Trucko Nero. Just set aside all preconceptions of political parties. Just play this out for the roleplay, play it out for the fun of it. I also am not a big fan of fascism, but for the roleplay, I don't mind if we go that route. It's interesting. We'll keep working on small arms. We need a lot more. Oh, sure. But, you know, this was an era when fascism had become incredibly popular in a lot of countries. If the fascists go alone, they would be weak. Maybe. Maybe. It's tough to say. Actually, I'll just waste equipment that we really need, so I'm going to hold off on that. It is tied. All right, let's make this interesting. I'm not going to tie break it. I'm going to let one of y'all tie break it. Whoever can say the name of the first monarch in the Grand Campaign's history gets to be the tie-breaking choice. What was the name of the first monarch in the Grand Campaign? First one to say who it was gets to break the tie. You spelled it wrong, Trucko Nero. I think. Yeah, you did misspell it. You didn't? I thought it was EA. Well, either way. All right, Trucko Nero. Who won? I'll let you choose it then. Which one are we going for? Will the fascists remain in the coalition with the Imperial Party, or will they go it alone? They will go it alone. Okay. Very well. We'll do the next poll then. You are all now members of the Military General Staff of Sardinia, debating based on the lessons learned in both of the world wars in recent memory we have fought in, and the changes in military doctrine with new technologies like the tank program, very famous in Germany, currently being developed. What route are we going to take military doctrine-wise? Whole names of them. Let's see. Warfare. All right, decision is yours. I'm the resident expert on the monarchs. You are, so I trust you, Trucko Nero. I'm sure you know these better than I do, so yeah. I think we should go with mobile warfare. I believe that Andrea, who exists in real life, is spelled Andrea, but in the game of CK3, it was spelled with an IA. Oh, okay, I got you. That makes sense. Hell yeah. Trucko Nero do be the goddamn lore master, though. Okay, so political event time. Since we don't actually get them with a focus tree, I'm going to do my best to make this kind of more interesting and roleplay intense, subjectively off of my own decisions. Always fun. So what has happened in the Parliament of Sardinia is after a big decision of the fascist party under the rule of, Giulio Bertucci, who we're going to say is the same basically fascist leader that we had back in Victoria 3. Really interesting guy from the events we got. Basically, the fascists are a really strange breed in this timeline. They're actually kind of for some degree of gender rights. In Victoria 3, when we are going for reform to basically give women property rights, through events and through roleplay in Victoria 3, the fascists were actually the ones that pushed the hardest for it and allowed for that to happen. Basically, what's going to happen with them is, unlike in Italy in our own history, in this timeline, the fascists are basically going for a much more like slow route to take power. They'll be having rallies. They still have a lot of the far-right opinions, fascists always do, of course, but they're using the parliament system and growing much more gradually and slowly, and basically co-opting policies of other parties that are useful to them to basically slowly move towards power, right? So it's very different than a lot of fascist parties in actual Italy, and then in Germany and other ones that are our own timeline. So what has just happened is, after internal debates in the party between the major leaders, the discussion went to basically whether or not they wanted to stay with the Imperial Party, which would be the non-aligned one, given that basically they've allowed too many more liberal, moderate ideas to become ones they push for in this coalition government, compared to like the more pure sort of identity of the party itself as it's developed. And after much internal debate and discussion, it has been decided that they are going to break off from the Imperial coalition, Imperial bloc, which are the ones supporting the king, King Ferdinando Torres. Obviously, a lot of the fascist party would still support the king, but they're actively now pushing for their own beliefs, their own doctrine, and their more hard-right policies. As a result, we're going to have an increase in the popularity of fascism, given that some of the members of the Imperial Party who basically were running and acting more as moderates in this coalition government have decided to split off and support the fascist party. So let's go ahead and do that. Give them a nice little 5% bump. They're still not dramatically popular, but what this will do is it will make it much harder for the current ruling government to get anything done. They still do have the majority of 56%. There's no doubting that, like, at all. So how many months do we have to the election? In August, okay. But it's no longer like the majority government that existed in the past. The coalition post-war government, which was made up of the fascist party and the Imperial Party, was basically so large in government they could get anything they wanted done, and there was no debate of the power and control of the king and the ruling bloc. With the loss of the coalition government and the fascists now going off on their own, there's even more divisiveness in parliament and in the country. The far-right elements of the fascist party and the country in general are starting to get, we'll go with more enthusiastic, a lot more rallies and things like that. And the future is looking even more unstable than it did before. So, yeah. The Grand Campaign is over a year old. It started last August of last year. I took a break until, I played August of last year, then I took a break until January. So I played it for probably around 11 months at this point. Something like that. We'll invite foreign businesses. You were here for the first stream? Shit, yeah, that was so long ago. Brazilian Civil War. Oh shit. The Estado Novo non-aligned oligarchy, I mean, they're technically a democracy, but they're very much oligarchical, is fighting a civil war with the UDB, which is a very purist democratic movement in Brazil. This is one of our oldest allies in the world for Sardinia and for Italy, and a nation we've relied on militarily for well over 100 years now. Superior firepower. Okay, that's good. We'll go for the classic. How close was it? Not very close. Fair. Superior firepower, I tend to go for the most as well, so I know what I'm doing. Mostly. Lysandra's reign? Yeah, that was when it started to get really spicy. He was such a crazy monarch. Just batshit crazy, but barely competent. I'll start a tank program later, not quite yet. More doctrine reworks? I agree. There's a whole mod set, like an expanded mod set for HOI4 I really wanted to use for this portion of the campaign, but it caused too many bugs, so I couldn't, unfortunately. I agree, though. Nope, no more Giannis Constantino. Constantina? Yeah, it's Pantelis Yankopoulos in charge of the non-aligned oligarchs. And it is Lefteris Foros in charge of the UDB Democrats currently fighting against the oligarchs. Wow, the Democrats actually have more divisions. All right, I'm gonna do another. This will be a flash poll, 1 minute long. Right, full time. Because Brazil is an ex-Byzantine colony in this timeline. Hold off on that. The next thing I think we're gonna do is an air designer. Of light. Oh boy. So the major bottleneck in logistics, we just don't have trucks and we don't have trains either. We haven't even researched trains, so we need to get to that. I'll do that once the cruiser research is done. Simone the First was my favorite. He developed much of Sardinia and later in his life was quite tragic. You mean you mean Solomon or do you mean Simeon? Simeon was the one who did the Crusades, right? Crusaded heavily. I always get Simeon and then Solomon mixed up. Where are trains? Down here. Got a civilian trains. That's what we really need. Make a new cruiser. There's an official list of Torres monarchs and their achievements somewhere. I think Trucker Nero made one. I don't know if it's updated or not. But I don't think it has details on them, just their names. I thought about making a wiki for the Grand Campaign, but I just don't have the time to really keep it actively updated, I'm afraid. I may try and do that for the next one. We'll see. Okay. Those cruisers are going to be very solid. We have infiltrated the government of Munich. We'll send one of our agents back to Munich. And then the other one I am going to send to infiltrate the Chagatai's capital in Nanjing. Simeon fought in 2 different crusades, didn't he? I thought. Solomon fought in 1, Simeon fought in 2. If I remember right. Because Simeon's brother was the one who founded the Iberian branch of the dynasty. If the fascists got power, would the king still be a part of the government, like how Italy was IRL during this timeline? Almost certainly. I'll probably do a poll if we go that route, but I would imagine so. Okay, we are going to send some equipment to support the oligarchs. The poll went that way. So let's go ahead and send them. What can we even send them? We'll send them support equipment and some artillery. 300 support equipment and 150 artillery pieces. Just a good amount. We still need to develop our own military more, so we can only give them so much. Fulman died while on a crusade. Alessandro I was not a lunatic. Alessandro II was kind of loopy, but he never went fully insane. The artillery was monthly. Fuck me. Okay, hold on. Beautiful. Thank you. That would have ended very poorly. How's our economy doing? Ooh, the Germans are way bigger still. What about the Chagatai? Combined, the Chagatai are way stronger than us too. Americans. Oh. Pick up advanced factory tech, another civ, and we'll get another bonus on construction. Definitely are going to want radar here. We are not winning naval battles without that, given that we kind of started from behind. Okay. Dockyards. And mills in mainland Italy. Really need to work on railways too. This is Egyptian railways, but honestly, this is so strategically important. We're just going to upgrade them for the goddamn Egyptians. They're very far behind on their railways. What a railway that goes all the way from Tunisia to the heart of our holdings in Africa. Simeon I was the king who fought against Andalusia. His second son, also named Simeon, became the Crusader king there, and later became Castella. Yep. Castella's doing okay. They're back in a union, basically, with, like, their colonies, so they're pretty strong due to that. And they're also in a faction with Germany, so they're still very relevant. Looks like they're continuing to maintain their monarchist power. So the royal line there is still in power. Economically, they're not really that strong, though. They weren't in Vic 3. They're not in HOI4. They're only relevant due to their diplomacy, really, and their colonies. Basically like modern Britain. I don't know how they picked that up, but okay. Ukraine staying monarchist. Mongolia staying monarchist. Japan is about to go full-blown fascist. The Chinese Empire is going communist as well. We're gonna have a communist China no matter what here from the looks of it. Same with Cambodia. Whoa. Oh, hello. America's looking to go expansionist. They're not in any factions too. They're sitting all alone, and they have they've got the strongest economy in the game right now. I think they have the largest military too. They took the doctrine that takes the AI down the militaristic path, so we might actually see them go to war here. They have been run by a military government alongside the emperor ever since the end of the Second World War, so. Holy shit. Fair enough. We have our first carrier, ladies and gentlemen. All right, what are we naming her? We need a really good name for our first carrier. I'll need to design some naval bombers for her too, and we get better navs. The Lissandro? Yeah, I can support that. What's the prefixture for Italian fleet current? What's the thing they put before their ship names? The prefixture, whatever it's called. They didn't have them. Okay. Just a name. They use full names for them. So we'll go with Ferdinando Torres. And we're going to make her the pride of the fleet. Beautiful. HMS is British, isn't it? Bohemian boat face. Yeah, HMS is British, though. We'll do those later. I definitely want instilled aggression, though. Where should you start your grand campaign? Depends what kind of campaign you want, bros. You've already done Scandinavia. I would recommend that to you. You like monarchies. So you might really enjoy starting out as a count or a duke in the Byzantine Empire in 1066 and trying to take power of Byzantium itself and save it, and then form like a monarchist Greece or a monarchist Rome. I think you'd enjoy that campaign. If I was to give you my personal recommendation. There's a ton of good options, though. Not quite yet. We need to do the focus for that. Okay. We'll need a stronger economy. That'll finish our focus on economic matters, and then after this, we're going to start to focus more on military stuff, I would say. We should start to see some big wars happening. Then again, maybe not. The Chagatai are still stuck in their civil war. I am going to go let the dog in, and I'm going to go to the bathroom again, and then we are going to continue. I don't know how long I'm going to stream today. Really depends on my energy levels and stuff. I don't have anything else to do today, so I may stream really long, but we'll see. When I start to run out of energy, I'm going to try and stop these streams from now on, because otherwise they get, I think, kind of like a waste. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, let's keep going. So we'll do a material designer, given that we cannot go for the aircraft designer quite yet. Going superior firepower. But generally, infantry equipment is just best overall, so we'll go for that. Put a bit more into trucks since we need those so badly, and then import the rest of the steel that we want from Egypt. We'll boost their economy a little bit. There's a lot of mods if you're looking for my mod pack. Did anyone link it? I can go find it. You want my CK3 one, right? Where is it? Here you go. Do 5 on trucks for now, and I'm gonna leave it there. Then we're gonna go ahead and work on just getting a lot more aircraft. We gotta build up our Air Force, since we don't have much of one after Second World War. We're not getting that anytime soon either. Let's go ahead and take a shot at stealing some industrial blueprints from the Germans as well, because they are ahead of us. We'll need to use all of our spies for this mission, but I think we can pull it off here. I'm also gonna go ahead and upgrade suicide kills. We may lose some on this mission. They should all still work, yes, Rose. If you have any issues with them, let me know and I'll go try and fix it. But they should still work. I would recommend before playing out a whole campaign too, you load the mods, you start up a game, and then like not the one you want to play, and then just run it for a couple of years to see if you get any bugs or crashes. If you don't, you should be fine. They all work with a save translator though, 100%. Oligarchs are winning that civil war by quite a lot now, looks like. The aid we sent to them has gone quite a ways. All right. So the way that we're going to do election of 38 is that all of you are basically going to do going to get to elect. So I'm going to run a poll. And basically, you can vote for any of the 3 parties. So you can vote for the Democrats, the Fascists, or the Imperial Party, which is the monarchist party right now. And I'm basically just going to tally up your votes. If it's too lopsided, I may add like a little bit or a little less, so it won't be completely accurate. If it's not lopsided and it's fairly like interesting and balanced, I'll just keep it as is. But I do reserve the right to change it unless it's like all like one party or something. But beyond that, for the most part, y'all do get to decide the outcome of the August election. So I'm going to put up a poll for that right now. All right. You know what I'm going to do? I've actually never done this in a poll. I can allow for additional votes using like Hamu coins, the coin currency thing. So I'm going to allow them, but I'm going to make it incredibly costly. So I don't know if anyone will do this, but if you want an extra vote, you can get it. It'll just cost a lot. But I will throw it as an option, because I've never done that before. All right. The elections of 38. You guys get a vote. Do it for roleplay or do it subjectively. The choice is yours. Want some more mills as well. Now, like I said, I'll allow the option if you want to rig the votes, because, you know, we're not a pure democracy, so I don't mind some corruption, but... to you. We have another carrier in time as well. Nice. Okay, the oligarchs did just win the civil war in Brazil as well. That's big. We supported them, so we're on very good terms now. I'm gonna send a diplomat back to Rio. Jesus, someone dumped in it. I see. Okay. What's up, Alex? You don't understand the unemployment thing from Millennium Dawn. Basically, if you just don't have enough factories to properly employ all your people, given that factories actually now in the game have a certain amount of people that they employ, you're gonna have unemployment. If there's no jobs for people with buildings or in agricultural labor or resource extraction, I don't know the exact numbers. I'll find it when I actually put out the Eco 3 tutorial. You just don't have enough workers. So the way you get around it is really just keep building more buildings, man. Just keep building more factories, more buildings, more civs, more office complexes, anything like that. And you will get rid of unemployment. Focus on just expanding your economy very quickly. What does VIP do? You get a little tag next to your name on Twitch, and you show up differently, I think, on the list. But you get like a gemstone next to your name on Twitch. It's pure vanity, but it also shows that, you know, obviously you've watched a lot as well. A lot of streamers, I think, they give them out just subjectively to people, but I've seen others also do point rewards, I think. Civilian trains, because we actually need some. And we need even more steel. What's the election at right now? Wow, the fascists have no support. Jesus. The Democratic Party is about to get a huge bump right now. Jesus. While we wait for that to be decided, I'm going to do one more shipbuilding dockyard focus as well. You can't even launch the game? No, okay, hold on. How long have you been trying to launch it, though? The mod pack that you're using, it took me the first time to load it 15 to 20 minutes, I think, the first time. Because all the mods add up. If you leave it for 15 minutes and it still doesn't launch, I'll go look at it tonight and see if I can get it working. It crashes. Okay. So the Persia update broke one of the mods. I'll have to go look at that tonight and try and fix it then. Suspicious meeting taking place. It was reported to us that a suspicious meeting is taking place in our capital. Some men known to be members of Carso-Sardinian political parties were spotted meeting with individuals with a foreign accent. We're unsure of what is currently taking place and what they are discussing. Send in the police. All right, we can actually start to make more divisions as well here. The monarchists won it. Okay, 1870 and 1. Let's represent that. Now I have to do some math here, which I'm really bad at. Monarchists have 50% of the vote. Democrats, I'll give 45, and then I'll give 5% to the Italian, the fascists, just so they have a little bit left. Don't want to have it quite that low, though. I wish it would let me do 1%. The smallest will let me do a 5, which really sucks. To be fair, they have no fucking support, so... Alright, fuck it. Guess we'll keep it like that. Alright. The election has dramatically changed the scope of the elections. The fascists have just completely lost almost all power. I could do my... Yeah, you're right. I could probably do that. Let me try that really quickly. That's a good call. That fits better. Okay, cool. So the fascists have lost almost all their votes. They're split with the Imperial Coalition, although it did give them a temporary little boost to a couple of the hardliners in the Imperial Party, resulted in a lot of them being voted out. After the elections of 38, the monarchists are in control, though they have lost seats to the Democrats. And probably one of the largest upsets and changes in party power in recent Italian history, at the very least. The Democratic coalition has just absolutely swept the polls. Primarily, they have gotten a large amount of votes up in the north, of which obviously the fascists and the Imperial Party will be quite angry about, given a lot of those votes are probably not coming from Democratic Party supporters, if you get my drift. And given that, the first thing proposed to the legislature of the Parliament of Italy is going to look very familiar. Given that they probably had to make promises of doing this to even get this level of votes in the first place, this will look very familiar. Reinforcements to investigate potential suspicious activities have come under fire from what appears to be 4 militias. What should we do? Let's lock it down. I don't know what this event is. I've never seen it before. Something is happening on our border or in our country. I do not know, Gray. I don't know this event. So the Imperial parties and Fascist parties stopped being friendly with one another and most likely gravitated towards the Imperial Party to maintain the monarchy's strength. That makes sense. I'd say a good number of the representatives in the monarchist party would probably either, you know, work with either of these parties if they had to. Just the Imperial one is more popular. Very fair weather kind of political operators. Yeah, this is done. We need to get better Lighter templates here. Did the family of Torres ever think of fully ruling all the coasts of the Adriatic Sea? Nope. Was never really just something thought possible. I guess not the Torres family. Napoleon, when he was in charge before he died, probably had ambitions towards it, but none of the Torres monarchs. Even Lysandro I in like his, you know, most militaristic, ambitious period probably didn't even seek to do that. Just never really been a concept. Just given how powerful the other, like, you know, members of the region were. Bosnia would be possible to beat nowadays, but like it's just there's no hostility between the two, so it's not like they're even a strategical issue. All of our cores is middle and southern Italy and the northern Africa. Those are our cores right now. So it's not building? Yeah, it should be fine now. I just fixed it. Thank you. That's oh, let me look at the doctrine. I'm going to choose this one myself. There you go, strategic destruction. North Africa would be a mixture of Christians, Muslims, and Hellenic worshippers, and some animists as well. I think we still had some in even Vic 3. Yeah, it'd be a mix. Oh. Oh my. Really? Okay. So after a vote in the Parliament of Sardinia and Italy, I'm going to use both because the names are confusing. I couldn't make us formally Italy in HOI4, unfortunately. We are going to be legalizing leftist parties and organizations. So let's do it this way. So this vote is for the internal Democratic Party only. So it'll be a vote as to what percent of the party is going to stay as like proper the Democratic Party versus what percent is going to split off to form the Communist Bloc Party, which is now legal, which will be a conglomerations of obviously anarchists, radical socialists from Vic 3, and then communists as well. So I'm going to be splitting the Democratic Party based on this vote is what's going to happen. on the military branch of the tree now. We need so much steel. What's the vote currently at? Oh boy. Spicy. We do need more fuel. Right. Oh, because we lost all the imports we were getting from the Americans, apparently. Yeah, because they went isolationist, didn't they? America and the Chinese Empire have a non-aggression pact. Okay, what are the results? 9-8, so basically a 50-50 split, a bit more than the Democrats. Which would end up being... We'll go 24-20. That's what I want to try and get it to. Oh man, this is such a pain in the ass to use though. Close enough. We'll keep it like that. So it is 26% of the parliament is now of the Democratic Party. 21% is part of the communist leftist bloc, which is a conglomeration of leftist organizations, which finally are legally allowed to have party rights and can be elected into parliament. 5% still remaining fascist and 47% as part of the Imperial Party. So there is no longer a majority government in power, is what that means politically. The Imperial Party does not have a majority. They are no longer in a coalition with the fascists. And as such, no one is able to form a government. Let's do another poll. Now the question is, after getting what they were promised in the legalization of their ability to have rights in the government and be their own political party, are the leftist communist bloc going to be forming a coalition with the Democratic Party, which would form a very liberal government? What's up, Tall? We can start to make some actual more infantry divisions now too. Beautiful. Going into better industry, we really need to get up our production efficiency on all these equipment types now, because we are really low on them actually. That's why we're not producing as much as we need to on most of these. We have good construction efficiency on infantry equipment and support equipment, but that's really about it. Only 12 civilian trains a year. Yeah, I think the next vote will be whether the fascists choose to try and form a coalition with the communists again. Or not the communists, I apologize, the Imperial Party. We're gonna do as we did in the past, high quality professional soldiers. No, I don't think we're gonna go for synthetic refineries. We should be able to trade for most of our fuel needs, and the other members of our faction have plenty. All right, they're gonna form a bloc. So the last and final vote right now politically is going to be whether or not the fascists and the monarchists reform a coalition. If they fail to and the fascists vote against it, the leftist bloc will form a majority government, but they'd be kind of leading any major changes in parliament. They don't have a majority, but they'd be the largest political entity in government that would be working together. So this is the last really important poll to see where we're going to go politically. Who's dying first? No, we're not just gonna rush into wars. It's a roleplay campaign, so we'll only do wars if it makes sense. We're not expansionist at this point in time. We are one of the sovereign global powers, and we know that any war we would start would essentially start like a giant domino effect of like a major global war. Again, we've already fought 2 world wars. Our people are not looking to run into another big war or small war, so it would take pretty radical government. If we go communist or fascist, we would probably go down the war route. If we go middle of the line, we will wait until another big war gets started by someone else and probably intervene and be more middle of the road. We can barely administer what we currently have, so we're not looking to expand unless something very radical changes. We've done a lot of imperialism, but right now it's just more internal chaos. We have a war industrialist as well because we are building more military factories. The Civil War's been going on for 2 years now. Just about, I think. Oh no! Are they actually going that route? Germany, no. Germany, what are you doing? You started the communist red revolution. What the fuck are you doing? Yeah, we're definitely going to be in a war pretty soon. One way or another, that's for sure. Yeah, Germany's going fascist. They're going to go with the NSDAP. So we may see Hitler in charge of Germany in this timeline as well. Which is, let me remind you, a much, 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 much stronger Germany. Nope, not tanks yet. Not yet. I will start to build them, but I'm going to do it late. I don't want to just make a bunch of them for the start of the war and then we steamroll everyone. I'm really trying to not make all the meta choices here. Only a couple. They accept. All right. The conservative government and the conservative imperial coalition government is back in power, just narrowly. They have 52% of parliament under their control. And if they work together, we'll be able to get simple majority things passed in the Italian parliament. So, yep. The right government is back. The coalition government on the left is not able to beat the coalition government on the right after the fascists chose to work with the imperial monarchists. Interesting. Start working on an air force properly. What's up, Fuzz? How you doing? Did we really humiliate Germany in victory, or did we just get really lucky with an insane general who managed to get us, like, the victory? I mean, I guess they were kind of humiliated in the sense of what that general did at the end of the war, but overall they were beating us, technically, for almost the entire war. We just snuck in a victory at the last minute. All right. Let's see if we steal blueprints from the Germans. Be a little rough. Our spies aren't really high level. Did I get Nord's message on tomorrow's FM game? I did. I need to respond about that, actually, Fuss. I haven't done that. I'll do that after stream. Come on. Come on. I believe. We succeeded. Beautiful. What did we get for a bonus? Did we not get a bonus? Huh. Did it bug? That's strange. No idea. On wide industry, that is something we will not be using, so that is absolutely useless. Beautiful. Our spy's fucked up pretty bad then. We're gonna leave one spy in Munich then. We're gonna get the other one to work on rooting out the last of the resistance in northern Italy. All the poor radicals up there. And with the new spy we're gonna send him to infiltrate the Chagatai as well. Fascism isn't rising though. They're just in a coalition government with a monarchist, so it's not like they're really that powerful. They obviously can force concessions with the majority government, but you know, the imperial bloc will not do anything too radical. I mean, we've been working on military industry for quite a while, so they're already getting basically what they want. I need to make carrier naval bombers and produce those as well before I forget. How long until we get the new one? I'll make a version now, and then we'll just make them better later. Gotta follow 2007. What's up, Kenta? The only reason the fascists got in was to save the imperialists from losing to the left coalition. I wouldn't call that rising. No, they lost so massively in the recent elections, so. You're so calm about all this. How do you mean? You gotta follow Kenta. 3. Beautiful. Good. You actually have the 2007 name. Nice. It's like one of those names you got on Twitch that you can sell for $50 in 20 years or something. You'd be panicking. How come? Why would you be panicking? This is not the shit. You gotta remember, I played the slow grand campaign so far, man. There's been some rough periods of this grand campaign where I've gotten pretty less calm. By the standards of the grand campaign, our current issues are absolutely fucking nothing. You know when I didn't get calm? Like the 3rd time in a row when Yorubaland, a mega empire in Central Africa, invaded us. That was the times I didn't get calm, didn't stay calm. Because that was actually terrifying. This is just internal power struggles, you know? It's nothing. Nothing. We'll do interrogation techniques. That's actually useful. Our new spy, we will go with... Christian Velhak. He is a Frankish in origin. And we're going to send him to infiltrate the Chagatai. So Germany and Japan will be going fascist in this timeline, just like our own timeline. What are the chances? No. No, Brazil, don't do it. Fucking Christ, dude. Oh. Oh, no. They're going back to their old ways. I don't know where some of these countries are going, honestly. Oh, God. Somalia is definitely going communist. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Democratic India, the Eurasian Federation. That's cool as hell. Raghunath Nawalkar. Silent workhorse, war industrialist Democrat. That's cool as hell. They have left the faction with the fascist Japanese, unsurprisingly. Cambodia is going communist from the looks of it, Trekonier. My teacher's grandfather was a politician and a supporter of the AIB. Let me look them up. They're a real party. AIB Brazil. Brazilian Integrationist Action. Integrist Action, I apologize. Was an integralist fascist political party in Brazil. It was based on the ideology of Brazilian integralism. Brazilian integralism was a political movement in Brazil created in October of 1932 and founded and led by Pinho Salgado, a literary figure who was somewhat famous for its participation in the 1922 Modern Art Week. The movement had adopted characteristics of European mass movements of these times, specifically Italian fascism, whoa, but distanced itself from Nazism because Salgado himself did not support racism. He believed that every person of every race should unite under the integralist flag. Despite the movement's slogan, union of all races and all peoples, members and leaders like Gustavo Barroso had anti-Semitic views. The name of the party created to support its doctrine was the Brazilian Integralist Action. Interesting. They did the Hitler salutes and everything, that's for sure. Brazilian Nazis, gotcha. 4 of my characters died in the span of 3 years, and it went like this, kind of. My Chagatai ruler died, then his son died in the same year, and had an illness traveling home from a wedding in Germany. Then his son was murdered, and his brother drowned when his boat broke. Is this from your mega campaign OES? Jesus Christ, man. Phalangism? Yeah, a little bit. Less racially toned. Minutely. Be able to actually get out an army now. Start working on a cipher on the Germans, given recent events and rumblings we're hearing from our spies within the government of Munich, the rise of the far right. 42% already. Wow. I mean, at least that means like the post-leftist bloc is going to fall apart. How many people died in the Chagatai War? I want to say like 2.5 million Sardinians and over 4 million Chagatai by the end of it, I think. It was insane. The numbers were crazy. What's up, Moose? Follow Alaritza. Ada? Saying that right? Well, Munich in this timeline was the birthplace of communism. I could see why they wouldn't necessarily go that route with how many times in Vic the communists rose up in a civil war. True. They had like 3 or 4 civil wars in Vic with the communists, so I'm sure there's been like a lot of like lashback from that over the years, resulting in the far right rising. This is the era of nationalism, like Reaper said earlier today. That is very true. This was when nationalism reached its highest highs. So did communism, to be fair. We'll go with Donato Tenore, our next spy. Yeah, let's send him to put down radicals in the Delta, Niger Delta. Okay. I do want some submarines to be able to convoy raid. So let's actually put out a line of submarines. Not a huge priority, but it would be nice to have some when we actually go to war. I'm not just going to go the meta one on this. I'm trying to think what makes sense of our history of warfare. Always a smoke and fire or flexible organization. We'll go flexible organization. The question is, in this timeline, did fascism rise in opposition to communism, or did communism rise in opposition to fascism? It'd be fascism in opposition to communism, tall, because communism and radical leftist thought in this timeline actually occurred pretty early on, right? Back in the EU4, when Bavaria formed that radical leftist state, right? So socialism and forms of communism and things like that, it's been around for a long time. Nationalism, fascism, obviously following nationalism, would have been a much more modern concept, so it would have been more of a reactionary sort of thing, right? Which is why we had that movement that hit us in Italy, and why they're now, I guess, getting one in Germany too, and in Japan. you, and let's actually get some planes on our carrier. What's the political situation? After the Second World War and the defeat of the Chagatai, they have, it was a very basically far-right coalition supporting the king, with the Imperial Party being the monarchist moderates, and then the fascists forming a majority government. But the leftists and the communists have gotten legal status back to be represented in government, and they're kind of getting more powerful now. It's a pretty even split for the most part, though the right coalition does have the advantage. The fascists are in a coalition with the Imperial Party, the monarchist party, getting 52% of parliament, and then the Democrats and the recently re-legalized leftist bloc are in a coalition equaling 47% of parliament. So it's very narrow, but the right bloc is currently in power. Ferdinando is a bit of a tyrant. He murdered a lot of people in his own country after the Second World War, and he put down a communist uprising with a lot of murder. So he's loved by the right and hated by the left. All right, I think we got enough dockyards now. 52 should be good. Actually, let's see what other countries have. And no one's building dockyards. No one's building dockyards, except for Brazil, ironically. We will be able to outcompete navally. We'll just hold what we have right now. Oh my God, look at the mills Germany has. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I didn't realize how many mills Germany had. They're also going fascist, so fuck me. Houston, we have a problem. We know about that at this point. We've infiltrated their government in Munich enough to know that their military capacity is getting absolutely outrageous. It is more than triple ours, yes. Oh God, look at their air force. We can take on their fleet, maybe. Oh boy. Okay, we got to build mills from now on. This would be becoming closer to a Cold War now with us and the Germans. We'd be very, very worried of their politics at this point, and we'd know that we need to start militarizing. So if the day comes that they want their lands back in Italy, we're prepared for it. Let's start a tank program. A little late, but better than never. Thank you for the sub, Kenta. Much appreciated, man. Germany's going fascist because they absorbed all those politicians from Hesse. You know, you might be onto something there. Just a reminder, until the end of Victoria 3, Hesse was independent and it was a slave state until like the early 20th century. They didn't enslave people from Africa either. They enslaved Poles and other Germans. They were very equal in their enslaving of just anyone they could turn into slaves, and they have been incorporated into Germany proper. So, yeah, you might be on to something there. All right, I have to stop fucking around. So at this point, obviously, our country would be starting to get very upset. There would be a lot of calls and questioning within Parliament by the people as to why we have not built up a military to be able to sustain another global war. Obviously, there would have been a lot of support in the past to get rid of it, but you know, people don't remember what they thought in the past. It's always about the now, right? So a lot of Sardinians and Italians would be very angry with our government, with the king, with the right coalition, and generally with Italy, with not maintaining the military and the navy needed to take on a terrifying power like Germany that they're seeing beginning to happen, right? There'd be a lot of news coming out of Germany about the rise of the far right of the NSDAP. I mean, it's not like they were very quiet when they came to power, and there'd be a lot of very scared people in Italy right now. So given that, I think I may do emergency elections in a year or so, something like that. The unrest and a lot of anger would be just getting worse and worse in the general populace, and that will come to a head pretty soon, especially given as soon as Germany flips over to a fascist government as well. Has Japan gone right? No, it hasn't. The fascist party is at 43% of the country, though, at this point. Pulseman points to rename a division. Thank you, Trucko Nero. What did he want renames? Let's see if I can find the message. The Lysandra Brigade. Gotcha. I promise I did not purposely ignore that. Beautiful. Even in this timeline, my fellow Poles can't get a breather. I mean, Lithuania is pretty strong, actually. To be fair. Maybe not. They didn't really develop that well, did they? Oh my gosh. What have they been doing? Opening a navy, apparently. Yeah, they've really lost a lot of power, haven't they? Wow. Ukraine kind of is keeping up to a degree. Oh, America. Holy fuck. Yes, I'm gonna roleplay nukes. So if we get hit by a nuke from another country, we're gonna basically have to peace out of the war. And if we hit another country with more than one nuclear warhead, basically I'm just gonna force them to peace out. So I'm not gonna roleplay. I'm not gonna play nukes how they are in HOI4. We're gonna roleplay them. So a nuclear warhead drop on a country is basically an instant capitulation. But I'm also not gonna rush it ahead of time because we know about it. If I find out another country is developing nuclear warheads, we're obviously gonna race for the bomb, of course, and we get events for that, but I'm not gonna metagame it and just get us to develop nukes early for no reason. We're only gonna do it as a response, or if we get an event or something relevant to it basically happens. So, yeah, we are gonna fully roleplay them out. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again as well. I'm hydrating. I hydrated too much earlier today. I'll be right back. All right, I am back, and we are going to do our next poll. So, given recent events, the rise of the far right in Germany, as well as in an old ally, and the nation that arguably in many ways saved the current dynasty, House Torres of Japan, which is also getting close to being completely co-opted by far-right elements, many in Sardinia are starting to wonder as to how long it will be before we are in another Great War again. And as such, the Imperial Coalition, made up of the Italy First Fascist Party and the Imperial Party of the monarchist elements, are proposing a change to our current laws, doing limited conscription for all people in their youth of around 14 months in order to train in case another Great War is ready. Obviously, in our last World War, one of the big issues we saw was when we were forced to mass conscript troops in Victoria III, they performed very poorly. We would remember that. So the argument being made is that if we train many of the young sons of Italy before another Great War, they will have a better chance of success, and we will have a higher chance of victory. So that is currently being proposed in the Italian Parliament, and you all get to vote on it. Thank you for the Prime D-saves as well. Much appreciated. So that is what is currently being proposed. Up to you. I'm also going to go ahead and move our troops to the border with Germany. Hopefully. Remember how to play this game. I want to recruit some better commanders here in a little while. Our next generation of military officers are so weak in many ways. They are going to be redeployed. Our troops are going to be put on the border after recent events in Germany. And the threat of the far-right NSDAP party taking control in Munich, so close to the border. The High Command of Italy has formally militarized the border with Germany, the first time in probably around 15 years at this point, since the First World War, when Italy was formed in the first place. I spent extra points on a name kid reward. Can I name a unit instead while it's on cooldown? Sure, you're welcome to. I don't mind. Great, we don't talk about it. Okay? I promise I know how to play HOI4. I definitely haven't played Millennium Dawn so much I've forgotten how. It's fine. Riots in Toledo. See if there's been any other big political changes around the world. It looks like Britain may be going communist from the looks of it, possibly. Really tough to say right now. Sweden is definitely going communist. China's going communist, Cambodia's going communist. All's going communist. I don't even know what Egypt's doing at this point. Very tough to say. Somalia's going communist. We're gonna have a really big international faction pretty soon. Brazil is 100% going communist at this point. That is very unfortunate. Anglosphere is going communist. Colombia's gonna stay democratic. Very weird mix here, direction-wise. Ladies and gents, it's either fight like our ancestor did or die from alcohol poisoning like every single royal member since of Taurus. That's true. It's a strong tradition of the house. Should I spawn in the bubonic plague with debug mode in my mega campaign? It will make a lot of mechanical issues for you, so I don't advise it, but if you want your campaign to get very crazy, sure. All right, let me see if I can type out this name. Taglione Lupo. Do you have a translation to English for me? Because I don't want to go look up Google Translate. As someone who speaks 0.78 languages. Yeah, the leftist bloc is in government right now. They are very much tolerated. Yeah, the only real democratic countries right now are ironically Persia, Persia, and then Colombia. Are there any other democracies? Canada is going to stay democratic. They're actually pretty strong too, by the way. Not crazy, but they are significant. Yes. Okay. So the law has been passed in Parliament, meaning as soon as we have the political power, the Right Coalition will be making us adopt the limited conscription law, allowing for a larger mobilization of troops on the border and in the colonial territories, and a preparation for the coming war, which we don't know for sure is going to happen, but is looking more likely by the day, as extreme ideology is taking over many countries, as it did around 100 years ago, and around 30 years ago as well. Bolivia's going communist. Fuck is the name of that party? Heimas Jornal Flakuren. I can say the leader's name. Nude Erickson. I can say that. That's pronounceable. Fuck is that name? Yeah, it looks like the cat walked across the keyboard, not gonna lie. Just a little bit. Not disrespecting the proud Icelandic culture and history and language, but Jesus. Uh-oh, those uniforms look familiar. I believe they have a tank program too. No, they're just going really into air from looks of it then. We captured a spy from Eurasia? That is extremely unexpected. They're a staunch democratic nation. I would embargo them, but we need our political power to do conscription law changes. There we go. Quality on our air, not quantity. Until we get our next carrier. We should have enough carrier naval bombers for when we actually go into a war for our carriers. We have one right now, and then we're gonna get our next one in 39 in 7 days. Holy shit. So we are gonna have 2 carriers at the very least for a big war. It'll just kill a lot of characters, OES that can game over dynasties, if I remember correctly. What do I predict the warring blocks will be? That's tough. I think they will end up being a fascist bloc, a communist bloc, and then like basically a democratic monarchist bloc by the end of things here. So the fascist bloc will probably end up being Germany, Japan, Brazil. It's tough to say if there'll be any more of them. And the communist bloc will be Cambodia, the Chinese, Somalia, the Anglosphere, France, of course, and maybe the British and the Swedish, we'll see. The communist bloc may end up actually being the strongest, ironically, which I did not see coming. But then again, that's HOI4, you never know. We need to start focusing on our ciphers a bit more too. If we can break the German codes, it'll be very useful in the wars to come. At least they're not developing their navy more. We should be able to contend the German navy. The Japanese navy, on the other hand, holy fuck. I gave them a lot when I save edited. I think the Japanese navy is actually the biggest in the world, besides maybe the Americans. No, it's the biggest in the world. What's up, Vambi? How are you? Yeah, I'm gonna go for a super heavy battleship, but is there a focus for it? That's what I need to figure out. Doesn't look like it. We'll do it when we're done with Engines 3. I'll get the research for super heavy battleships and we'll try and make one before the war. We're currently working on a regular battleship. How long do we have on that? They take so long to build. Yikes, we won't get that until 40. Battleships are not what you want to build meta-wise in HOI4 of any sort. They're not cost-effective, but they're really fucking fun. So, that's what matters. If that ends up losing the war, that'll be unfortunate, but worth it. Equipment 2. I'm getting that a little late, actually. Let's keep developing our network there. Got done watching movies video? Whoa, what do you mean movies video? Already been 4 hours? Oh, what the fuck? It's been over 4 hours. Okay. Did not expect that. Ciphers. You're gonna need a lot more aluminum. Thankfully, the Franks have a lot. They might be going fascist too. Artillery. Oh, the Navy templates. Nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you play Millennium Dawn, try out the battleship templates I made. They're really fun. Best way to build Navy, I think, is to have a couple carriers surrounded by heavy cruisers and destroyers. Yep, that's the meta right now. 100%. 100%. I'm gonna put one more on carrier bombers. We need to make sure we have enough navs for when we go to war, so our carriers actually have bombers. Otherwise, they are going to be fucking useless, and we just got a second carrier. So, do that. The German VPs are in weird places. In Berlin, and there's some over here. Alba Lulia and Timisoara. No idea. Yeah, they are kind of weird places in the east, aren't they? I was going to do something with this slot, wasn't I? Speed for our ships. Is it possible to name ships in HOI4 or the templates perhaps? Yes, you absolutely can. Ships are renameable. Actually, that's a good point. I'm gonna just let people propose on these ones instead of doing renaming. What are we gonna name the second carrier? The first one we named Lissandra Torres. We need a good name for our other carrier. What are we thinking? Anyone got a good one? Thinking maybe probably one of the monarchs in history. Soria? Which of our kings was that? I don't remember a Soria. Oh, they fought the Byzantines. Okay. We're gonna send a diplomatic insult to the Byzantines here. What can go wrong? Admirals you can't rename though, unfortunately. I really wish they'd let you rename generals and admirals in HOI4, but you can't. There's not even mods I've found that let you do it, unfortunately. Which is a real shame. We actually are getting our logistics mostly filled now. We need a lot more trains and trucks though. We actually have all the trucks we need now. Beautiful. Let's ease off the gas. And let's get our trains built and artillery. We may not need as much oil as we are getting. We'll keep it at that for a while. NSM? What does NSM stand for? Nave de sua Mestra. That's Portuguese or is that Italian? Mestra? Google Translate. It is Italian. Nave de sua Mestra, His Majesty's ship. Yeah, that's good as fuck. All right, we'll use that. That's a good one. We technically need to name all these fucking boats, don't we? Let's rename the cruisers at the very least. Alright, folks. There's a fuck ton of ships that need to be named, so any suggestion you give for a ship, I'll name it, basically. We need to get through a lot of these very quickly, so give me some names. We're gonna do the cruisers first, then we'll do destroyers, so. Hammurabae. Alright. Assume that's not, too outlandish. Maria. Vico. Oh yeah, I remember him. Wasn't he the 6666? NSM's sorry. NSM Tunisia. Good one. NSM Black Pearl. Yeah, Saves, can you translate that to Italian? I'll do that. SM Roma. Gotta keep the Italian team going. The Columbus. Never heard of him. He didn't exist in this timeline. I have no idea what you're talking about, Lobster. There was no explorer named Columbus in this timeline. The Buffon? Sounds a little too French. Lerma. Lermo. Nera. Alright, light cruisers. What do we got? Who is the general who won the War of Germany? I actually don't remember his name. It's been too many weeks since the last session. Does anyone remember that like absolute beast general who fought all the way to Munich? That'd be a good one. The Castoro. Sure. Last cruiser. I'll rename it. Aurora. Okay. All right, now we've got destroyers. Who got to the New World first? It was the Papal States, I believe. Yeah, I think so. All right. I already did the Roma. We'll do the Napoli. Start doing cities at this point. Korea. Oh yes, can you translate that into Italian? I'm fine, that's a good name. Alhambra. Ooh. Diplomatic insult. The Bonaparte? We'll say it's a ship left over from like a really old destroyer left over from the old days. And the king has kept it around as an insult since it's a destroyer named after his dynasty, so we'll allow it. Kind of funny. Watch as it gets all the kills in battles. You think Napoleon would get a battleship with the Torres dynasty back in power? I don't know about that one. They didn't have very good relations. Let's see. Lorenzo? Lorenzo, I think is what it is in Italian. I always forget. Okay. Are there any Bonapartists left? I'm sure there are a couple, but they're not relevant. Ooh, Raven. What's Raven in Italian? That's a good one. Re Corvo. Raven King. Ray is king? Let's make this interesting too. This is on you guys to remember. I'm not going to manually go look for it. But if I named any of your ships the name, like if you gave the name and I named the ship that, at the end of HOI4, I'm going to look at what's left of our navy, and whichever naval vessel has destroyed the most ships or done the most generally, like whoever named it, I'm going to let you name something interesting in Stellaris. I have no idea what it is, but I'll figure something out. Just for fun. But that's on you to look and find and remember, because I'm not going to manually do that myself. I'll have to look through the chat log. But if you remember it and you see it at the end, let me know. Brozu. Oh yeah, these are all going to get destroyed, a lot of them. But some will be left over at the end, so that's fine. Not Flacco, Falco. I just really like Navy, and I really enjoy naval battles and stuff, so I want them all to be named just for fun. Actually, there's so fucking many of them. We'll end it there. We'll have a lot of nameless destroyers. I'm fine with that. We don't need to name all these destroyers. We'll name a few of them, and we'll name all the other big ships as they come, but the destroyers can be unnamed. That's fine. We'll leave it there. At a certain point, there's just too many. Speaking of which, let's start to make more cruisers, not destroyers. I know, I do too. I'm gonna call it there, Gray. We don't need to name another 80 destroyers. I don't think that's a good investment of time, generally speaking. The big ships, like I said, we will do those, all the new ones. Destroyers will be unnamed. Whoa, we get the good portraits. I knew this mod would be worth it. Holy shit. God damn. Those some fucking portraits, boy. They'll make a good fucking field marshal. Harsh leader too. Fuck yeah. I know I named one of the carriers personally. I don't remember who I think Truckanero named the other one. Ferdinando Torres is the pride of the fleet. I named that one. And then the Osorio. Forget who named that one. We have African holdings and a port in Gran Colombia. Yes, we still have like the little port there in Maracaibo. Maracaibo? I think I'm saying that right. And we've got some land in the Caribbean. Because I was not able to make a Cuban country. Actually, no. It does exist. How the fuck did that get bugged? Let me do something really quickly. There we go. That's better. That shouldn't have been the case. Quick fix. Our naval doctrine is actually getting pretty far here, which makes sense given our history of Navy. Oh, thank you for the raid, Lambert. What's up, man? Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Dude, what were you streaming? Always good to see you, dude. So folks, I'm Hammurabae. I am a primarily roleplay streamer, much like Dear Lambert here. This is a grand campaign that has been ongoing all the way from CK3. It's also over a year old now. We started it last August in CK3 in 1066. Took a break for a few months and have gone all through the other games. It's been pure roleplay the whole way through. And we have only just made it to HOI4 today after I got the save translator to work properly. We started off as the Count of Lagudoro and Sassari in Italy and have now formed Italy proper. There have been 2 world wars already, and we are now in the post-war era, but it looks like we are going to probably have another world war again pretty soon, given that Germany, which was a communist superpower, is about to go fascist, as in Japan, which is now probably the strongest power in Asia. So it's been a pretty interesting, crazy game. Our government is still a monarchy. It's a constitutional monarchy. There are 2 coalitions in power, which is the sort of more democratic leftist coalition with a communist leftist bloc, the Democratic Party. And then there is a coalition government between the fascist Italy First Party and the Imperial Party, which are monarchist loyalists, who do currently control the parliament by a slim margin. So a lot of internal division, a lot of internal chaos, while more extreme ideologies are growing all over the world. So very interesting state right now. But yeah, appreciate that raid, man. Much appreciated. Can someone give a shout out to Lambert? Or if not, I will do it. If there's any mods currently around. What the fuck is my hair gone? It's tied back. I have my long hair. I shaved, so I don't have the mega beard right now. Yeah. Armored Division Simeon Zax. You'll have to remind me when I make a cog, but we'll do. Lollipop, if there's ever a conversion mod made to Millennium Dawn from HOI4, I will absolutely use that in mega campaigns. But trying to manually do it, I mean, I suppose I could try and manually make it in Millennium Dawn, but that'd be so much time and such a pain in the ass. I would consider it for the next mega campaign we do, but certainly not for this one. Holy hell, not happening. Okay. It's about time we pick our political future as well. October. I think it's a good time for it. I mentioned earlier that given the rise of fascism in Germany and in Japan and the threats that are beginning to appear all over the world, many people in Italy are now very angry at the government for its failure to properly maintain both a large military and a large navy to deal with this issue, even though many of them probably would have pushed for that after the Second World War. As such, I am going to actually call for emergency elections right now. So we're going to do an emergency election, given that so many people are calling for it on the left and right. Obviously, the fascists and leftist bloc would see this as an opportunity to try and get some semblance of power. So they're pushing this narrative, whether they believe it or not. And obviously, the entrenched imperial monarchist party would be very against this. But given the calls for it, given his age and given his lack of popularity with the leftist bloc and his hope probably that the right would get some measure of victory in this election, the king and parliament will agree to emergency elections. And I am going to give you guys the chance to vote again on our political future. So everyone watching, you are all members of the Parliament of Italy, and we'll get to decide where we go for this. I'll do a 5-minute poll for that as well. So up to you. And this election, I will say, will more or less decide where we go down our political path as well, because I want to start going down that. So this is the big one. What's up, Limpari? How are you doing? Show manpower. I mean, total people in our country, cord is 42 million and non-cord is 76 million. So in total, around 110 million people in Italy proper, like all of our territories. We own Western Africa, parts of Southern Africa, Madagascar, parts of Albania and Western Greece, all of the Italian mainland, and then we own territory in Sumatra and modern-day Western Malaysia as well. So those are all our holdings, as well as the Suez Canal, of course, which we took off of the Egyptians after Napoleon went to war with them. He died in that war, but he did secure that for us. And think of that follow Spartan as well. Is there another war? Oh no, they're ongoing. Yeah, the Chagatai are currently in a civil war. They've been fighting that since like late 36. It's 3 years long. It's between the High Imamate, the Chagatai, like the monarchy, which has tried to come back after the loss of the Second World War, and then the Mongols People's Republic, so a communist government, which is basically centralized power in the west, and the Chagatai still control the east. And then that Mexico war is still bugged, which I will fix probably in every year or so. Crete. We do own Crete too. That's true. The true power base of Italy. Oh, we really need more artillery. All right, we got another cruiser. Does anyone have a name for our new cruiser? I'll just let y'all choose that every time. Let's just do it that way. The abbreviation we're using, NSM. Crepuscolo. Crepuscolo? Oh, that one. Let's do whoever does it first that way. Crepuscolo. What does that mean in Italian, Puff? Oh, Lord, here they come. 43 is when they're going to probably go fascist, because I think they'll wait till the election. I would imagine. Oh boy, they took power. So Japan formally has been taken over by the fascist party within the shogunate. So roleplay-wise, what is essentially going to happen is that the Yusugai royal family will continue to maintain power in Kyoto, but effectively the military and fascist elements within the country are running the government, with the Yusugai now being basically puppets. The faction only now contains Korea and the Chinese Empire, which I don't think will last for very long. So Japan is officially fascist. We would, as you can see, we no longer really have any diplomatic relations with them. Our long-standing ally status and trading partnership is just gone, and I'm sure they're going to start to perpetrate some wars in Asia very soon. So the first fascist domino has fallen in the east. We really got to ramp up our mills here. I'm really worried about the Air Force more than anything else, because we can't contend the German Air Force right now. There's no way. How is the poll looking, actually? I'm curious. Ooh, monarchists are winning by a good bit, actually. Light Air Company? Damage bonus on tanks. Okay, let me do the math here. So Imperial Party got my calculator out. %48% of the votes. Actually, I can just see the percentages on the polls. I'm an idiot. 48, 26 for the Democratic Party, 16% for the leftist bloc, and 10% for the Italy First Party. So, as his gamble kind of paid off. Ferdinando Torres was the one to basically allow for the emergency elections, given he still does have a lot of power in the government, even though we are a constitutional monarchy. And he kind of was hoping that basically this election would allow many people to kind of go for the more middle-of-the-line moderate party, which is the Imperial Monarchist bloc. And he was right. In the end, it did pay off for him. The extreme elements split the vote for the left bloc, and as a result, he does not have a majority. The monarchists do not have a majority in government, but they're still in the coalition with the Italy First Party, allowing them to maintain large degrees of power. So let's see. It really needs to be that. See if I can eyeball this. Almost. Perfect. There we go. So our government is currently made up of 48% Imperial, the Imperial Party, the monarchists, 9% fascist, 17% communist leftist bloc, and then 25% of the Democratic Party, meaning the monarchists are the dominant faction. And as such, we're gonna lock that in. We are gonna go down the monarchist path. So the Torres family will stay in power. They could follow idealist. Gray's really living that leftist life. Let's try to infiltrate the army command of Germany too before the fascists take power. We're gonna need all the information we can get on their military to know how to counter them. We're gonna need to develop a mountaineer program for sure as well. Let's get started on that to be able to defend the border. New one, basically. Shit, we actually have to research it, don't we? Mountaineers. If we get some mountaineer brigades in the mountains, we'll be able to hold that basically indefinitely. If we can hold the passes with the Germans. What I want to know is if they're building a tank program or not. That'd be like the number one importance right now for our spy agency, is to infiltrate the army of Germany and discover what they're doing military-wise. A little worried about that. Oh boy, yeah, they went with Porsche. They might be doing heavy tanks. Yeah, I coded to do those. The Torres family are just a bunch of capitalists who want more money. I don't know about that. They're obsessed with power. They're alcoholics. They cycle between very good and very bad leaders. I don't know about money hungry. Looks like there was a boost to monarchists seeing the early votes for the dirty commies and reactionaries. That's how kind of I would imagine this in a roleplay going, is that there are probably a lot of Democratic Party voters and even fascist voters who saw the power of the communists after, obviously, they got power in the last election, who decided that they would vote moderate just to try and basically hold the line, essentially. We're gonna want to start picking up some of these important texts for Navy as well. And let's get going on our fun ship. Gonna follow Empty Kaiser. Oh yes. Oh yes. Let's do it. Hold on. Can I put heavy fucking modules on the super heavy? What the fuck? Ah. That'll do it. Okay. We'll have to wait on that. It's fine. We'll get that ship going soon. I don't mind if we end up actually fighting these big wars later on as well, so I'm not rushing this. And we end up actually starting the war in like 44, 45 late technology. Just makes it more interesting, honestly. I don't know how the AI will work with these mods on, and given this is a saved translation, because like AI coding for wars and stuff, I don't know if they'll manually start them. I would imagine when countries start to go fascist, they're going to start to think about it, but I know the AI coding in HOI4 is just so dog shit to begin with. We'll have to see. How the fuck did they get guided Zabatsus? They shouldn't be able to get that. I'm not questioning it. It fits. It's fine. Tree equipment too big. Also, I completely forgot to make better air designs. We just got those as well. I'll make better carrier navs, and I'll make better just generic fighters. The speed difference is important enough. I'm also gonna get the engine 3s. Speed difference between your planes and enemy planes will actually have a pretty big impact on air combat. It's not as big as agility differences, but it is important. So I'm just gonna go with high quality, high cost fighters, frankly. We'll make those. How much time? The Grand Campaign started last August of 2022, so it's been over a year. I just, you know, have been doing them like once per week. For around 4 hours. I've skipped a couple of months. I've skipped a few sessions, so it's taken quite a while. We need carrier bombers too. If we get a bunch of those in our carriers, we're going to be doing really good naval combat. All right, need another cruiser name. Does anyone have a good cruiser name? I've got like 14 mods on. I haven't made a mod list for them yet, but the borders you see and all of that, I did manually myself, and either I did manually or was save converted from Vic3. Balenciaga. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't think I won't. Why not? The Balenciaga. It's horrible. All those who oppose his royal kind will be branded as traitors and shot. 6 years ago, yes. Now it's a little bit more up in the air. We're already in power, so we really don't need this. So we'll just go with popularity to royal family. They're already very popular. We could do constitutional monarchy, though, actually. Oh, I'll put this to a vote, actually. Let's decide on this that way. Be more interesting. Because this is actually a very big question. Go. 3 options. We'll decide the next path after the vote. So basically, there is currently a vote in Parliament right now as to what the future of the King's power is. Up until now, the Torres family, although we've had a lot of democratic reforms and changes, he would have total veto power, and essentially, Parliament's power would be very limited by the royal line and by the King. The judiciary would be basically non-existent. So by going for limiting his power, it would result in a traditional sort of modern constitutional monarchy, probably the establishment of a proper power, enshrined power judiciary with like a Supreme Court in the country in Sassari, and making him more of like a figurehead with very limited rights, maybe putting certain ministers into government, into parliament, but that's kind of it. If it's full power, he'll retain his veto rights. Parliament will continue to kind of be a secondary power to the king. There will be no strong judicial party to limit what he's doing. And then lastly, if it goes to the fascist alliance, which is obviously the fascist members of government would be pushing for, would be basically the king would be going much more hardline, would be going more corporatist, would be going much more militaristic, and would be taking almost complete power and working with the fascist council, right? So those are the three options currently being voted on in parliament. Obviously, this would be pushed by the Imperial Party themselves and their supporters, and would be very, very disliked by the Democrats and the leftist bloc, except for limited power. So those are the choices. Let's infiltrate the army. Never upgrade to. And we'll do, I think, a medium tank designer. And almost all of our upgrades now. I will make us some casts here. It's just not our priority until we build up a couple thousand fighters. Fighters. Gonna follow Frosty. Look to see if there's been any big political changes. It's been quite a while now. America's gonna stay monarchist. Oh, Jesus. The Anglican Socialist Union of Western North America. That's a cool flag, not gonna lie. So they have gone full communist now. The Anglican Socialist Union. America is probably the strongest country in the world right now, so they're gonna do fine. Egypt's going communist, for sure. Oh, fuck. The Union of East African Socialist Republics. So Somalia, our old ally, has left our faction and gone full-blown communist now. It's completely and totally. Nepal's communist now as well, the CPN. Australia is actually going to stay democratic. Nice. Union of Indochina has also gone communist. Well, we've got a few big ones. Is it the 1984 flag? Yeah, I think so, right? It looks very familiar. They're not that strong, though, to be fair. I mean, their faction is pretty strong, though. It's Germany, Spain. Britain joined? Britain joined Germany's faction. Whoa. Virginie Pelme-Putz, the Prime Minister and leader of the Conservative Party of Britain, has joined their old frenemies, Germany, in the Treaty of Berlin. That was a long time ago. I didn't notice that. Wow, yeah. Completely missed it. Well, fuck. That's not good. Get our radars. Limited power. Okay. So he is going to end up being constrained. In that case, we'll be going down constitutional monarchy. So we are going to form more of like a monarchist heavy, fairly democratically reformed government. So we'll be enshrining a Supreme Court, an empowered judicial system. I think what we'll allow to happen is we're gonna let the king be able to have what would make sense for that, given the power they've had historically. Tie-breaking rights, probably like the vice president. That would make sense. A certain number of members in parliament he could probably appoint. Because I think right now we would only in the roleplay have like one legislative house. So he'd probably be able to appoint a certain number of members, probably like 5 to 10 or something. Wouldn't have veto rights with limited power at all. Maybe rights of consultation on legislation or something like that. But very limited powers for the most part. Basically, his influence will just come down to his personal charisma at this point, beyond some ability to affect Parliament with enumerated members. I think is how we're going to do that roleplay-wise. He'll keep all of his wealth, all of his family holdings, which is considerable as well, right? So that is a factor. All right. Rise of the Constitutional Monarchist. Commander. I'm waiting for Germany's name to change any minute now. A lot more capital ships though. We've only got 12 capitals, 2 carriers right now. That'll not be enough to beat some of these big navies. I've completely transitioned us over to making cruisers and heavy ships though. We only have 10 dockyards left on destroyers. Ship-faced member of Torres family will save Europe once again to prove a point. You need to give them more power. Maybe. I mean, the king's brother is a commander, so maybe he'll do well. Yeah, we're currently researching better armor. We almost have 38 tank chassis, and I'm going to go for the next one, then we'll make those, I think. And I'm making mechanized, too. We're up to 74 mils right now, so I think we have almost half of Germany's. Yeah, we have almost half of Germany's. The French are completely irrelevant now. They're communist and not very strong. Like, the really big powers in this game right now are going to be Germany, Britain, the US, the remnants of the Chagatai, Japan, and then probably Eurasia. Those would be the really big powers of this game. There we go. It's the big one. We're gonna also need to refit some of our Navy pretty soon, if we can do that. I'm gonna wait until we get the second heavy modules to make our super heavy, because we're only gonna be able to make one of those before war, and we might as well make it as good as we can. Frankish Kingdom is basically, well, that's kind of complicated. So, Spain was the greatest power in the world for a couple hundred years at one point. The Spanish Empire, which was basically a dynasty founded by us, they were a Crusader kingdom we founded in CK3. They ended up forming an absolutely broken empire. They were called Castalla, which I couldn't name them in this because it didn't translate properly. But Castalla was the strongest power for around probably, I'd say, 300 years of the Grand Campaign in EU4 primarily. And they formed a vassal state in southern France with land they took from the French, which was, I think, yeah, what's called Occitania. That name didn't translate either, so we got the Frankish Kingdom. So they are an ex-vassal of Spain, which was released by Napoleon and us at the end of EU4, who became friendly with us after the war diplomatically and are now just kind of one of our big allies. So they're culturally French, but they've been a vassal state of Castilla long ago in the past. So kind of a complicated history. The French proper were pretty strong back in EU4 and even part of Vic 3, but they lost a bunch of wars to Bavaria, later Germany, and lost just so much land to them. And then the British, and then the Netherlands, and just everyone else. So they've fallen so hard from power from way back in the day. It's kind of crazy. A lot of the big old empires of the past are not what they used to be. I'm waiting for it. Also, this war is still so even somehow. I guess it's just the roughness of the terrain. I think the Mongolian People's Republic is going to start to really lose quickly here, though, at some point. They just can't sustain what they're doing. We said an attaché? No. Nope, not gonna happen. They were for a while, but they've pushed back a little bit more. So the Mongols People Republic have been pushed back from as far as they went for a little while. Alrighty. And there it is. I need to do like 5 different naval researches at the same time, and then I also need to do 5 different infantry researches at the same time. I'm trying to build basically a solid Navy, Air Force, and Army, which is very difficult to do, even with our industry, because of research. You can get full naval doctrine. We're going to want AA2 for our ships and to start producing it for our infantry. And I'm going to start working on damage control as well and fire control methods. We need those maxed out before our first big naval battle. And I have a feeling when wars start to go, they're going to go very quickly here. So gotta be careful. Your weapons. Widest warships. Hold on. Oh shit. We can automatically spawn out a super heavy, I think, if I'm reading that right. Hell yeah. Women's right to vote. They can already vote, twins. In Victoria 3, we gave women lots of rights. Didn't we? I thought we did, actually. I might be wrong about that. Someone who remembers, can you correct me or not? Didn't we give women the right to vote in Vic 3? Or am I misremembering? I thought we did at the end. Wasn't that one of the concessions that we had to give to stop the Civil War? We definitely have voting rights for women at this point, though, I would say. But we never went all the way. All right, we're going to do it kind of late then. right, we have a new policy proposal on the floor of Parliament, given that the monarchists and the moderates are working with the Democratic Party now at this point. We never did give them universal suffrage then. Wow, okay. So I guess they would not technically have voting rights right now. Unless, like, roleplay-wise, it happened between the end of the war and now, which it probably wouldn't have, so. You know, it could be worse. Women's voting rights in 1940, you know, some countries did it later. It's not the worst. Just generals. There wouldn't be a lot left. It looks like most of our general staff is pretty new and pretty young, so a lot of the ultra-nationalist generals from Vic 3 would have retired by now, I would say, from the looks of things. We're going to want to refit all of our cruisers with that. Hinta, I think it's going to be like 0 to 100, just like overnight is what will happen. Because I think Germany will go fascist, they'll join a faction with the Japanese, and then they'll just start conquering people. Or they won't do that at all and the AI is going to be broken. I'm going to have to manually go make them start wars, which I will do because it would make sense at this point. I just don't know how capable the AI is going to be with the save translator. What's the voting at? Not even close. All right, let's make some mountaineers. We want 25 wits on those. I'll just change them later. We'll produce some for now. Nova Live, it's a collection of mods, and this is save translated from Victoria 3. It's a grand campaign to start in CK3. I am going to be making the mod list tonight, which I don't currently have made. Oh, we can do it now. Okay, let's go for that. I think it'll instantaneously spawn us a super heavy ship, unless I misunderstand that. We have our first battleship. All right, that one we have to name right now. What are we naming our first battleship? The first battleship of the fleet. Who's got a good name? For you, 4. I'll have to fix those links. Thank you for telling me. Oh boy, blue. The Torres? That's a solid one. We'll keep it nice and simple. The Torres. Greg, could you say that louder for the microphone and for the FBI agent currently listening? Can you say that one more time, please? I didn't quite hear you. So many buzzwords you can hit the Twitch chat with right now. Need to upgrade the infrastructure up there too. The supply lines is what's really going to kill us at this point, so let's work on those. We want all these upgraded to 3 at this point. This is not the most efficient, but we're just massively upgrading the rails in the north, which hopefully will give us more support with the far left, which is very popular up there as well. Upgrading the train networks. Nope, that is not what I intended. Hold on. What the fuck was that? Forts would be a good idea too, yeah. Especially here. This is the most easy to break through area, so that we need to build a fort line on first. This we can probably hold for longer. Public transport free. What are we, the goddamn Cambodians? I don't think so. People in Italy have the right to work. It's their right. It's their God's given right, I should say, to work. We're gonna let them work. Because as our northern neighbors would say, work will free you. And that's just a fact. Make sure I'm reading that right, though. We get an event. I think we do get a free super heavy battleship. That's fucking crazy. Oh, yeah. Make Monday be King's Day when people don't work. That sounds dangerously like communism to me, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, we almost have a tank module we can start to make here. I just want to get some upgrades for engines and armor. And then we need to do, there's some other researches we need to, don't we? Make you do so many different kinds of researches to get what you need. Yeah, we really need to do anti-tank, because that'll give us the modules we want to make good tanks. This focus will give you a free one-of-a-kind capital ship. It'll be based on your choices in the naval branch of this tree. Ship will be based on either tier 3 or tier 4 hulls. What? Hold on. So if we rush tier 4 battleships, we could instantly spawn a tier 4 super heavy battleship. No, because super heavies are only like one tier though, aren't they? So it doesn't matter. We'll just do it anyway. Do it now. I want that super heavy battleship. We really need to build some more ports too. Bit of a problem at this point. Got a lot of coast to cover here. Not a lot of ports. What's up, Eli? How you doing? Did you wake up from your coma after your overnighter? No more pasta. Okay, pasta sounds fucking good. Do those islands even have ports? Those sorts of questions are why you liberal cucks are not in power right now, Gray, I'm afraid. It's questioning of government policies like that that are gonna get you locked up. I'm gonna say it, because you need to know. It's important. Questioning our flawless and very intelligent plan for public infrastructure and port building is gonna get you put in a goddamn Cesarea jail cell, Gray, all right? Watch yourself. The answer is no. Most of the islands don't have ports, but we intended it that way because if we don't build a port there, then no one can land and take the islands, right? That's you gotta think big brain like Ferdinando Torres and the current ruling government. If there's no port for them to put their ships, how are they gonna get their troops on the island to occupy it? They're not. So, joke's on you. Clearly, you dirty liberals do not have a mind for military matters, and it's pretty clear. Again, you're welcome for running this country for you. Yep. No. Ports breed rats, and liberalism in that order. We're only building the ones that we need. 70 days. That's not too bad. 1.5 update for Victory is really good, Lampari. You'll probably enjoy it. Military has been really overhauled in this. You can do a lot more of it. It's a lot of fun. Gray is definitely going to a prison cell if she's not careful, so. How are we doing on cracking the German codes, actually? Not very good. They have a very good crypt. They've got one of the best spy programs in the game, actually, right now, the Germans, so. We're not going to crack their stuff anytime soon. Won't stop us from trying, though. We're up to 138 ships in our Navy now, too. We're just really low on capitals. Alright. We'll go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Let me stream for another hour or two. I kind of wanted to, like, see if we could get into a war before I ended today, but we'll see how things go. Fuck, I left the game on. God damn it. That was not intentional. Fuck. Alright. Well, I think we're good. We've been embargoed by the Republic of China. Boy, I made you. We made you. You don't gonna embargo us? Most of your landmass is due to our generosity. The hell is that? Some people never remember the shit you do for them. Goddamn China. All right, that's fine. We can play that game. With ourselves established as a major power, one of our admirals has suggested we pull together our resources to make a single, one-of-a-kind warship. A vessel specifically made to be the pride of our fleet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Did it make the ship or did we start making it? That's the question. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. That's just a thing of beauty, man. Look at that. Oh. Oh my god. Look at the bonuses. Look at the heavy attack. Look at the piercing. I'm in awe. God damn. The armor. Who needs speed when you can put out 141 heavy attack and 47 piercing? Fuck them speed kids. That's a sexy beast. Jesus Christ. Get a special module? Oh. That's just, I'm at a loss for words. All right, we need a name. We need, no. I'm not even gonna put out the poll. The legend himself. Wait. The legend himself. Oh yeah. The Ferdinando Torres super heavy battleship. The pride of the goddamn fleet. Why didn't I rename it? Yeah, I'm naming that design. Fuck freedom of choice. Fuck democracy. I'm naming the super heavy battleship the NMS Ferdinando Torres. Super heavy battleship, the pride of the fleet. Oh, our naval designers have truly outdone themselves. And we got another carrier too. Oh boy, our fleet's looking a little scary here. I'm gonna be honest. Oh yeah. Oh. All right, we do need another carrier name though. Anyone got a good name for a carrier? The Kypriana, there, that's a good one. That's a good monarch to name a ship after. I feel like we should name the battleship after Kypriana. Given that she was our thickest monarch, I think she should probably have the thickest ship, to be honest. I think that checks out. Yeah, we're gonna name the battleship after, we'll switch it around. I'm gonna name the carrier the Torres. You gotta get some roleplay continuity with ship sizes and monarchs here. Goddamn. The Torres will be the carrier. And the thick as fuck battleship will be Ferdinando Torres. Because, you know, she did have a big old fucking ass. And as we all know, the battleships are the fat ass bitches of Navy. Just to be a little gross there for a moment. I think that's the best way to put it, so hell yeah. The Ferdinando, that's too many R's. Ferdinando Torres. There we go. Damn right. Alright, that's beautiful. We've got our naming continuity ready, and we've got ourselves a true Pride of the Fleet. Hell yeah. Let's see. Probably want to get some better support companies. Let's go on Engineer 2s. Need those terrain bonuses. Did we get those Mountaineers out yet? No. Actually, maybe. Beautiful. Alright, we're looking pretty good. We actually have a very good Navy. We have a solid Air Force, though we do need a lot more planes to be able to contain the German Air Force, which is just outrageously large at the moment. We've got all the carrier naval bombers that we need right now as well. That's really big. Good. What are sponsors? Me having sponsors. Funny OAS. I actually have started to get sponsorship offers recently for my YouTube channel, but none of them have been very things I have any interest in supporting. Smoke generators, before I forget, in case we actually ever do lose a naval battle, you always want to have just a little tip on Navy in general, folks. Always pick up this research, smoke generators. What this means is if when you lose a naval battle, there is a period where your ships will not be destroyed, they'll be deorged or they'll be damaged and you've lost the battle and all your ships are retreating. This means they get away 20% quicker, and during that time they're retreating, they could still be sunk. So this allows you to actually retain more of your ships if you lose a naval battle. Unless you're America or the UK in any HOI4 game, just always get this research. There's been a few games that this research has allowed me to actually get away with more of my fleet and come back later and win like the naval game, so. Who the hell? Okay, so Germany went all the way. We got the full-on flag too. Who is this? Is this a historical person? Bernhard? His full name. Unglaub. Nope, not a real person. So we don't have Hitler in this timeline. We've got some man named Bernhard Unglaub, who is a fortification engineer of military service, clearly, and he's an editor of probably a political newspaper. And in this timeline, I guess he's founded and created the NSDAP party of Germany. So, no Hitler, just Bernhard Unglaub. You named a unit. If you named a unit and I missed you, just let me know what you want right now. I'll do that if I missed any here. My apologies. And then you wanted a prediction as well, Degenerate. What did you want for the prediction? I missed that too. Alessandro emote's actually a good idea. I should do that. Okay, let's see if you put it back there. I missed a couple of these. Okay, I found your prediction. God damn it, Degenerate. almost fit it. There we go. So he wanted a prediction, if you want to use your channel points, as to whether or not the pride of the fleet, the Ferdinando Torres super heavy battleship, will be sunk in the first major naval battle. So if you want to do the prediction, feel free. That's fucking hilarious. Okay. Battery. Infantry named. Ferdinando's. Well, as soon as that prediction is done, I'm going to start the poll for the next political event too, given that we now have a super militarized Nazi far-right fascist Germany with one of the largest economies in the world. No faith in the Ferdinando Torres. How dare you? I don't know, man. The bonuses it got with this with a mod are kind of broken, not gonna lie. With all of this heart attack and armor, it still has a speed of 32 knots, which is really high in HOI4, by the way, folks. This is a really, really, really high speed for a super heavy. It's actually kind of insane. So this will be hard to sink. Let's be very clear about that. It's a visibility reduction in fjords? The fuck is that? Do we have tanks? No, we've got a tank program we're working on right now, but we don't have any put out yet. I'm gonna make our first tank in probably half a year. I probably should start to put some out regardless right now, shouldn't I? Usage reliability, doesn't it? But at least for now, I'm gonna upgrade them later and use more of that reliability for upgrades. But we'll need to do the researches for those. It'll work for now, though. High breakthrough, high heart attack. Nope, single player money. This is the Grand Campaign. It's been a single player roleplay campaign that's gone on all the way from CK3. It's been going for almost 900 years now. Good night, trucker near. See you around, man. I want to see if we get declared war on by the Germans here. You're in alliance with communists, though. What the fuck? Whoa, the Byzantines went democratic. It's the Byzantine Republic now. Under Constantinos Metaxas. Wasn't he a real person? I'd have sworn he's a real person. Metaxas. That was Jonas. Wrong Metaxas. Wait, no, he was a real person. This shouldn't be alive right now, so it's not based on him. There's the big one. I aim to take these because that'll buff our super heavy. We can keep making them? Oh my god. Its IC cost is 400,000? What the fuck? Yeah, so you're only supposed to make one. That's what I'm hearing. You're not supposed to make more than one. It's holy Christ. That's insane. That's like Millennium Dawn, like that's like 4 Millennium Dawn carriers. Yeah, so we're not making any more of those. We'll just make regular super heavies, which we actually can do now. Let me make one. 1 to see what the cost is. We won't be able to make these right now. Jesus. 22,000. We could actually make some of these. Okay. Oh yeah. We'll see when we can get this done by, theoretically. 5 years. Fuck it. I'm just gonna keep one on that. If we get more chromium, maybe we can get it done quicker. Oh wow. Yeah. What about now? We can get it done in 3 years. 2.5, actually. 2.5 years. We might get that done in the middle of like a war. Maybe that'll be like the game changer in our war with the Germans. You never know. 400,000 would take probably 10 years. Let me look. We can get it built by 1989, folks. That's doable. Yeah. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out. We put all of our dockyards only on making more Simon Torres super heavy battleships, and then in 50 years, we have a bunch of the best battleships in the game by the time that they're completely irrelevant due to submarine technology. What can go wrong? I see no downside here. Not a single one. That is so broken we got that ship, though. It'll make things interesting, at least. I did give other countries so many fucking ships for that save translation, though, so we still may lose. It is possible, especially to the Japanese Navy, because they actually will, I think, get super heavy battleships too. And other countries can take that focus too, so we might actually have to fight other ones like it. 89 is around the corner. I don't know about that. We got a while. Into the game. I don't plan to play past probably the 50s tops, so we'll see. The big war should be right around the corner. If not, I'm gonna just make it happen. If the AI won't like make the decision, I'll do it for them. We all know who Germany is gonna be invading first. I think they're gonna automatically do it because part of this focus tree goes warlike, right? I thought it did. Yeah, as soon as they start to go for a world of big players and they're a major, they're gonna start getting war goals and they'll go to war. Yup. Just gotta wait until the Germans or the Japanese do that. Japan only has Korea left in their faction now at this point. Germany somehow has kept all these other countries in theirs. I may have to do some save edits for next week, just to get the wars rolling. Two of our spies in Munich. We really need to know what they're doing. All right, time for the next poll. So given the formation of a fascist Germany and the taking of power of the Nazi Party in the nation to our north, there is a proposal put in place by the ruling coalition, which would be probably primarily the Imperial Party, which would be the non-aligned, and would have support probably from the Democrats, not the fascists anymore. As to whether or not we're going to do some early mobilization, I'll put us on early mob, not partial mob, because I think it's a little too gamey. So we'll go to early mobilization in order to potentially preparing for a wartime state if Germany acts on the promises its leader, Bernhard Unglaub, have been saying to the people of Germany, which is the need to take all of the borders of the German peoples and to expand outwards. So this is basically our first act to start preparing for potentially another war economy and the Third World War if it does go that direction, which is looking like it probably will here. We really are gonna need some oil, aren't we? We need to put troops in Hungary. I just realized that. manpower is going to be a problem too. All our oil is coming from Hungary, so we absolutely have to hold this border with the Germans if we go to war with them. Because if the Germans push into Hungary and take all that land, we're going to lose all of our oil supplies there. All our oil is coming from here right now. All of it. Who do we have left in our faction? Egypt, and the Frankish Kingdom. That's it. 42 divisions. They have a fleet. They have a pretty good air force too. That's huge. Education reforms. Hungary's already in our faction. They're actually like supposed to be a puppet. They're kind of like a semi-independent puppet. Like they've got technically an independent government now, but we have just huge amounts of influence in Bucharest. So they're in our faction. They're going to be staying there. If the AI tries to leave, I'm just going to basically save it to remove that. The Air Force up too. Oh God. 4,000 planes. Okay, we gotta make some adjustments here. We need AA on basically all our divisions here. I think that's going to have to be the plan. We won't be able to contend their air for a while. And then we just need to build mills the rest of the game, essentially. We've upgraded all of our rail lines, and we're building a fort line up in the north. We are going to mobilize as well. All right. It has been passed in Congress and Parliament. We'll go to early mobilization. Starting to really prepare here for what is almost certainly going to be happening now. Let's militarize the border. Let's get ready. We need anti-air. We need air bases up there. This is where they're pushed from, so we need to start getting ready for that. We know what's coming. Because if they don't declare war on us, we'll probably inevitably get involved with whatever war it is. So regardless, we got to be ready here, pretty much. Have a good night, Kinsa. I will see you around, man. South Tyrol. Oh my. You may be right. Nope. No, we got all the front lines covered. Or do you mean did I not put a fort somewhere? Yeah, okay, that doesn't need to be built. I see what you mean. That's not there, okay. Thought I was tripping. Need to infiltrate their Air Force too. I want to see what kind of planes they're building here. Honestly, we just need to put all our spies onto working on Germany right now. Upgrades for our tanks as well. Our current tanks are not going to do incredibly well. They can definitely, I think, hold probably their armor, but that's about it, I would guess. See, we are up to 12 capital ships, 3 carriers, 10 light cruisers, and 116 destroyers. So we have the screen line that we need now. That's big. I need to refit a lot of those though, to actually make them do DPS. A lot of those are just Roche destroyers. Logistical support for tank divisions, is that worth it? I've changed them a few times, trying to remember. Yeah, that might be useful, especially for fuel if we're struggling for that. And the org. Did they give 10 org? I didn't realize that. That's huge. There's probably higher priority. We'll hit that first. Occitania? We'll fortify it if we have to. There's the river we can kind of hold along here, which we're going to want to. Which I should probably deploy troops at. We're going to start to really struggle here pretty quickly. We'll hold the river line, and then we're going to need some more infantry divisions over here to be able to hold when they push. I don't really see the Frankish kingdom holding for very long, to be honest. So I think our play is probably just going to be to fortify the big river and to hold that. And to just hope that the troops will be able to do something here. They only have 6 divisions. What do you want the tank? Yes, I do remember. Simeon's axe. We don't have a tank division yet, though. How many tanks do we even have? Not many. I'll upgrade that as we go. Nope, not yet. We don't have enough tanks to put out a tank division yet. Working on it though. We have a good amount of mech, I think, right? Yeah. Kind of. I am building mechanized infantry, yes. I really want to know what they're working on. They can go really quickly if we're not careful here. To get intel on them, we need to probably infiltrate. We've already infiltrated civilian government, haven't we? Yeah. So we just need to up our spy levels on them, and then we should start to see the intel. We should see their focus. How much do you need for that? I know there's a certain amount. I'm trying to remember. You hover over it. We need 70% civilian intel to be able to see their active focus, which is what I want to see in their focus tree. So we need to get that radar built quicker, or did we already build that? Not yet, almost. And then just wait for the intel network. We'll have it pretty soon. Let's take a little bit here. All right, we can improve our tank designs. Heavy one. Okay. Where do you get the upgraded medium module then? Just remembering. Oh fuck, we have to go to RD3? Okay. Well fuck, we're not gonna get good mediums for a little while here. It's unfortunate. We should be able to hold. I don't think they went really big on tanks. It's air that they went really big on, which we have AA2 and we're producing, so that's the important thing. Mechanic 2. Yeah. Sorry. 66. So in this war, we'll have to fight Germany. No longer Britain. They left a faction. It'll be Germany, Spain, and her colonies. And that's it. Still quite a lot, though. Got a better carrier module. Let's see if we can get out a 1940 carrier before the war. So we'll finish that one, and then I don't think we'll get a carrier out before the war, but it is possible in 1940 at least. We will end up having 4 carriers for the war, which is really nice, actually. Much higher than I expected. Education reform, that's another 15%, I think. Construction speed or something like that. It's pretty high. What are we missing for our supplies still? We need more trains? Holy Christ. We need more convoys too. That's going to be a problem. Destroyer refits too? Yep. There we go. Okay, let's see what they're doing. They're working on, they've done a lot of their industry tree, working on Air Force. They're gonna follow EU. They've done their full naval upgrades. Fuck. They're doing a major project, that's worrying. They're not going towards a war yet. They're just working on, I guess, improving everything. That's worse than just rushing into a war of their industry too. We still only have half of the military factories. Oh boy. We're gonna need to, we really need to get better tanks. If I can get a couple good medium tank divisions out, I can micromanage and like maybe win us this war. But as it stands right now, our Air Force is just gonna be overwhelmed. They've got like 3 times their Air Force. We can fight in our own air territory with our radar and our AA. We'll be better, but this is gonna be Era 4. But you gotta hope they go to war with like France or Britain first or something, or Lithuania. The Chagatai are actually still being pushed too. Wow. Their internal civil war has kind of almost crippled them as a major power. And when they're fully reunited, they're going to be really relevant again, but until then, not really. Cog, what's the song? As long as it's in theme, I'll play it. I think we can win it in the sea, though. I think our Navy will beat theirs. That's one thing I'm fairly confident. If we engage them right, if we engage in green air on our own terms, I think we do win that. Fairly Italian. Raffaele Ferrari, reckless. That's fine. Sure. Play the HOI4 by Blood Alone one, because that is pretty fucking fire, not gonna lie. We're rushing artillery 3. One size fits all. Ah, throw more into tanks, honestly. We need to get more air, but we need more tanks too. Can we see if they have a tank program yet? I don't think we have high enough intel. No. Oh shit, the German intelligence agency killed off one of our spies too. Our spy we sent up to Berlin got killed. Mobile artillery tanks? No, I've never tried that actually. I just make like a balance between soft and hard attack mediums typically when I do single player. It works most of the time, I found. I don't know, I've always played with armor, but it's never been my main focus. I've tried to learn like air and naval way better. Ferdinando Torres. Berlin, where his predecessor was brutally murdered. So they actually didn't go expansionist. So with the focus tree we're using for countries, they went fascist, but Germany went internal focused. They may actually not expand. They may, the enemy among us, Jesus Christ, we all know what that is. They may not go expansionist. Then the question is, are we just gonna sit here and let fucking fascist Nazi Germany do their internal things while we watch? Which we probably wouldn't, which means we will have to be the aggressor in this war, in that case. Oh yeah, I mean, we would probably intervene, but that would put us in an offensive war against Germany and their faction. I suppose it really comes down to if we find out what they're doing, you know. Because we have pretty high intel network on them, so our government would probably know pretty quickly what they're doing, I would imagine. If we didn't have an intel network, it might go very differently, but given we have a very good spy network in their country, our government at least would probably be pretty aware of anything they're doing right now, including the pretty horrible stuff. That'd be a question of whether the government and the king and the ruling party would bring that before, like, parliament and actually make it public. That'd be the question, right? Yeah, we would. Would they have started yet? It's 41. They've been in power for probably around a year. I don't know if they would have started yet, though. I don't know if I even want to mentally roleplay that out. The timeline on how that would happen. Master artillery. Alrighty. All right. We'll do it this way then. Full time. All right, so this is a poll. Anyone voting on this, you are members of the ruling party, the ruling government, which is a coalition government between the moderate monarchists and the Democratic Party. And after information has come to spies within our country, the ruling party, I guess, would need to decide if they want to make this public to parliament or not, which will kind of decide if we go to war or we go towards war here as the aggressor, given it appears that they're not going to expand. We'd probably know something about, like, the atrocities being committed. It'd probably happen much quicker in this timeline because it's later, and they have even more power here, I would say, at this point, so... yeah. And one of our spies was murdered too, which, to be fair, is normal in spycraft, but... there's a lot of Casus Belli stacking up here. Start on that early. That will win us or probably lose us the war, I would say. We'll need max radar too. We really just, the only way we win this war is quality. It's got to be quality. We should start our refit soon too. Probably right now, actually. When we get artillery 3, I'll be able to put out the better tank design as well. And then we'll be able to put out tanks that I think should be able to really do a lot here. I still don't know if they built tanks or not because we don't have enough intel on them. Let's see. Nope, we don't know their division templates yet. And I need to go ahead and do... I already did army department, actually. Shit. Watch out so the Germans don't do what they did to France in our timeline. You turn into something like Cagliari, Sardinia. Oh, we get turned into a... I don't know. Germany actually technically has a casus belli to incorporate a lot of northern Italy. So, if we lose the war, we'd be goners. $51 mils on tanks? That's a lot. We should put more on there probably. We have enough infantry equipment for what we have, so... start doing some of this. We need the AAA though to give our divisions AAA because we're going to lose the air war here, at least in the beginning, 100%. Alrighty. In that case, after the ruling government was notified of extreme activities ongoing in the fascist state of Germany in the north under Bernhard Unglaub, they would have chosen then to tell our parliament about what is undergoing there, which would be extreme acts of brutality. I don't know if, given they've only been in power a year, the more extreme stuff would have started, but obviously we know about them persecuting various groups and stuff. I mean, even in an alternative timeline like this, it doesn't matter how they go about it. Fascist doctrine is always perpetrated and utilized under, you know, targeting certain groups and doing shitty things to them. It may not be the Jews in this timeline, it could be an entirely different group, but given they are fascist, they are definitely persecuting acts against groups within their country in order to seize and continue to maintain power and to direct all that anger that they're using to militarize their country. So regardless of who that may be, we would be obviously letting our parliament know that's happening. The ruling party would have made parliament well aware, and as such, there would obviously be a lot of support potentially towards a war of intervention, which we are not ready for right now, to be very clear. Like, we are not ready for that. We would probably lose that if we started right now. So we're probably going to go further, I think, down the militarization route here. And given that, I'm going to put us on partial mobilization. Fuck. Donate Tenore got captured in Berlin again as well. He is really struggling up there. Let's try and get him out. We'll send Bianca Molinelli. She has, I think, the best chance here. All right, we're gonna end here for today. I'm gonna do some save edits before next week when we fight the war. When we come back next Saturday, I think we're gonna do the full war with Germany. We'll probably just directly start the war within a year that we start next week. And I'm gonna do some save edits to make the factions a little bit more realistic too, and then some of these bugged wars. So we're gonna continue next Saturday. We'll fight the war of Germany, and we're probably gonna be the aggressor. So continue next Saturday. I think we may only actually do one more session of HOI4 in the Grand Campaign. If we in this war of Germany and like the Chagatai are really strong and it makes sense for us to fight a war with them, we might do that. But I don't see this Sardinia being really a warmonger colonial power, given that we've kind of formed a really democratic focused constitutional monarchy. So we're either gonna win this war and go into Stellaris as more of a united UN style humanity, or we're gonna lose this war and we're gonna be really fucking cursed going into Stellaris. So yeah, see if there's anyone to raid. Who is playing HOI4? Let me go look. It's an interesting streams right now. A lot of multiplayer stuff. Oh, Dylan's streaming Vic 3. We'll go raid him. He's cool. Dijon Dylan is playing some Vic 3, so we're gonna go raid him if you want to keep watching. See some Victoria 3. The new 1.5 update is pretty good. I assume he's playing that most likely. Grand Campaign will continue next Saturday, same time, 2 p.m. Eastern. And we will be fighting the major world war of the Grand Campaign. It will be the third world war. I assume it will be a world war. If not, it'll just be a massive war between us and the Germans. And we'll get into that probably pretty quickly next Saturday. Hope everyone enjoyed. Hope you all have a good rest of your weekend and week, and I will catch you later.